Board of Education will come to order. Roll call. Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Page. Here. Peterson here. Ray. Here. Williams.
Here.
Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Over to the superintendent for the DCSD Spotlight, the board recognition of National School Resource Officer practitioners.
Great. Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to say on behalf of our district how grateful we are for our law enforcement partners and for the amazing relationship that we have with our law enforcement partners and with our school resource officers who do an amazing job keeping our kids safe every single day. So with that, I'd like to have our law enforcement partners come on up to the podium, introduce yourselves, and we'll go through each of the folks that you'll be introducing tonight. Thank you so much for being here.
County Sheriff, over the school resource officers, and what we're here today to do is to recognize the SROs who have obtained the practitioner status. And so these are SROs from Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Castle Rock Police Department, and Parker Police Department. Excuse me, next slide here. So what is NASRO? NASRO is National Association of School Resource Officers, and it's the gold standard of school policing nationwide. Although Douglas County agencies, all of our agencies have been members of NASRO for many years, in 2022, the state of Colorado Post Board, the Police Officer Standard Training Post Board, has adopted their practices and made their model policy as well. And so they subscribe to the triad model, and what the triad model is in school resource officer is three things. SROs are considered obviously law enforcement officers, which means we're guardians, and our officers go through intense training on single officer response in case of a critical incident in a school. The second is mentor counselors, and so that is something we take very important to become one of the trusted adults in the school building and to build relationships with our students. And the third is being a teacher. In law enforcement, we have lots of training. We have obviously interest in our chosen profession, and we use that information and the knowledge that we get of current trends to help warn and educate not only the students in our schools, but the staff members in our communities. So NASRO practitioner. A practitioner is a higher level of training that a school resource officer has obtained. It's a state recognizes the officers have excelled in areas of school-based policing and are committed to serving in our schools. So what are the requirements? There are a few requirements. First is to be an SRO for 3 years. So that's that dedicated commitment to that position. And just to be clear, none of our SROs that are here or any of our SROs are forced into the position. Nobody's voluntold. This is a purely position that they test for, and it's fairly competitive. They all complete a 40-hour basic NASRO class to become certified, and all these practitioners have also completed the advanced SRO class. They also take adolescent mental health training, which is an advanced class through NASRO, and 160 hours of specialized police in-service training. This is some training that most law enforcement officers have, but because of our tenure and the time they have in law enforcement, they've achieved this specialized training. And of course, the last thing is they all have attended NASRO School Safety Conference, which is a national conference. So our first, and I have to acknowledge Corporal Mike Adams, he is our first practitioner. Mike Adams has been an SRO for over 18 years. And he was my guinea pig to apply for this. It's a pretty tedious process. It's a very long application. It's pretty much curriculum vitae that they fill out to determine if they're eligible to get the status. And this is Mo Canada. He is the executive director of NASRO, and he's a retired SRO as well. So just some pictures here that we've collected of SROs in their daily environment. It's not, it's many of our officers have been granted the status. Obviously, we see Buttercup. I think he's here today to make an appearance for us. Other pictures of just SROs in their schools, interacting with the students, some education in the schools as well. And this is what they do every day, and they love it. Teaching in classrooms, in some of the elementary school classrooms, interacting with the students, letting them come into our police cars and play with the lights. We have some props we use, obviously, for the kiddos. And now this one deserves its own picture. This is Officer Dan Britton with Parker PD at Legend High School. So just quick pictures. This is from last year's National Conference in Indianapolis. These are the Douglas County SROs. These are the Parker Police Department SROs and the Castle Rock Police Department SROs. So the national conference, again, you may notice some of your folks in here. Some of the school administrators have attended this conference and found how beneficial it is to them. So with that, I would like to introduce the people who are the leadership of our agencies and who allow us to do the things we do and to support the school resource officers. First, Sheriff Darren Weekly, please come up. And Castle Rock Police Department Chief Jack Cawley and Parker Police Department Deputy Chief Ron Combs.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. As the Sheriff of Douglas County, it's an honor to lead that organization. It's an honor to lead our school resource officer program. Superintendent Kane and I are in regular communication about whatever's going on any given day. And the partnership that we have with the Douglas County School District, it's like none other in the state. And I speak at a lot of events across our county, and I'm very proud of the school resource officer program that we had developed together. As Lieutenant Rotherham has mentioned, these deputies from our organization, they're handpicked. We want to ensure it's a good fit for that particular school and that we have the right personalities in that school. But at the end of the day, it's about the safety of the kids. The relationships are very critical, absolutely. But we want to ensure that those kids are safe, that the parents feel safe sending those kids to school. And we truly do enjoy that relationship. It's like none other in the state. So thank you all for supporting the program. And I just want to assure you as the sheriff, I hope that it grows in the future and we can have some more school resource officers because it's an amazing program and recognized across the country.
Hi, Jack Cawley, Chief of Police in Castle Rock, and really not a whole lot to add from what the sheriff mentioned, but we are extremely grateful of the collaboration that we have with the school district. And I've, like the sheriff, have been around the state and throughout the country. And I can't point to a better collaboration between school district and police. I mean, let's face it, we're living in a time where school districts have pulled SROs out of the schools. And now they're wanting to put them back in. And it's hard to make that reversal really quick, right? But we've all stayed steady on that and enhanced it. And tonight's a great example of not only do we have SROs in a school, but we have SROs that are looking to go into the next level, right? And certainly that benefits the kids, the parents, the communities. But our strong collaboration, not only with the school district, but with all of us. We all work together on a daily basis. If we have an incident in Castle Rock and we need help to investigate it, we reach out to the sheriff's office or any of the other municipalities and we work together. I think that's key and it's something that we shouldn't take for granted because it isn't like that everywhere. And so I just applaud your efforts. I'm proud of the SROs and grateful for what we have here in Douglas County and looking forward to continue to grow the program.
Well, good evening. My name's Ron Combs. I'm the deputy chief from Parker. And again, just to echo what's already been said, we appreciate these partnerships so much, and we really mean that from the heart. And, we believe it brings so much to the community. And, because the schools are very much a part of the community. And it's great that we have the opportunity to have officers in the school on a daily basis. But we also want to thank and recognize all these SROs that do this work every day. We get to, take credit or set these programs up. These people back here are the ones doing the work, and we're just so proud of all of them. Thank you for inviting us tonight, and again, thank you so much for these partnerships.
All right, so now we're going to bring all the school resource officer practitioners up, and so they can introduce themselves and tell you what school that they serve and that they're a part of that community. So come on up, guys. And I got to be honest, when we started this practitioner venture to have them apply for it, I didn't think this many people would actually pass. So this speaks highly to them and the education and the training that they've been through. So, all right. We'll start with Scott and Buttercup.
I'm Officer Gillespie, and this is Pofficer Buttercup. Right? We're from Castle View High School.
My name is Sergeant Mark Methune. I oversee the eastern side of the Douglas County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Cleveland Holmes with Parker Police Department, Sergeant for the Parker PD SROs, and accepting recognition on behalf of Dan Britton, who's out sick with us today.
Brian Faulkner, also Parker Police Department, and I am at the Cimarron Middle School.
Corporal Mike Adams, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, SRO Corporal.
Eric Vetter, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, SRO Corporal.
Jeff Sislow, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Mountain Vista High School.
Deputy Ryan Koski covers Zone 1 Elementaries, which is Saddle Ranch, El Dorado, Bear Canyon, Northridge, and Cougar Run.
Hey, I'm Mark Adams, Douglas County Sheriff's Office and Rock Canyon High School.
Hi, Paul Staver. I'm over at North Star Academy.
Jim Lowe, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Sagewood Middle School.
Hello, Chris Hathaway, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Zone 3, that's Acres Green, Redstone, Fox Creek, the online school, EDCSD out in Inverness, and then also Platte River and Sand Creek. Thank you.
I'm Dave Savage with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. I serve at Chaparral High School.
I'm Gabe Uribe. I'm with Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and I'm the school resource officer at STEM.
My name is Josh Hayes, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and I'm at Thunder Ridge High School.
Need to move in closer. You're going to move in so you get the camera.
Paul Rodriguez, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and I work at the Douglas County High School.
I knew he was going to say that.
Hey, I'm Dan Palermo, Douglas County Sheriff's Office. I currently serve Valor Christian High School, but 7 years prior with the Douglas County School District.
Danny Coyle, I just got transferred to Cherry Hills Community Church / school, and before that I was elementary, the Highlands Ranch High School, or Dr. Page would get mad at me if I didn't say it that way.
Shannon Jensen, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and I work at Ben Franklin Academy.
Lauren Sandiford, Douglas County Sheriff's Office at Ranch View Middle School.
Lyle Peterson, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Zone 6. I have Roxborough Intermediate, Roxborough Primary, Sedalia, Timber Trail, and Buffalo Ridge.
Brian Sapp, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Cherry Valley Elementary, Franktown Elementary, and Larkspur Elementary.
That's it for me. Superintendent Kane, I'll turn it back over to you.
Gentlemen, I just want to say one more thank you on behalf of our school district. Truly, the partnership that we have is really, really special. And I've been in our schools. I've seen almost all of you and the great work that you've done in our schools, including, of course, Officer Buttercup here. But truly, we are so grateful for everything that you do, how much you keep our kids safe, and how you do so with your giant hearts. So thank you so much for all that you do, and know that this partnership means the world to our school district, to our school leaders, to our families, and most importantly, to our students. Thank you so much. How about a round of applause? Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to do we'll have to do a third row with President Meeting. There we go. So big, you need a panorama. Thank you. What a great place to be.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, and certainly on behalf of the board, could not echo any more of the comments made by Sheriff Weekly, the captains out there, the chiefs of police, and the partnership is truly unique here in Douglas County with the district, with our law enforcement partners, and everything they said was absolutely true. So much more than armed response, mentors, role models, not just keeping our students safe, keeping our staff safe, keeping our families safe. So again, one last round of applause. Thank you to the Sheriff's Office and our local police department partners. Okay, moving on to item number 5, the superintendent updates.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, first of all, September is Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. This is a really important month. We teach signs of suicide in our school district in 7th grade, 9th grade, and 11th grade, which is a suicide prevention program for students. Many people think that suicide prevention is an individual thing, that someone who is struggling needs prevention and support. But really, prevention is about educating everybody on what to do if they're worried about themselves or a friend. Signs of Suicide has taught adults and children how to act, acknowledge, care, and tell for decades. Not only how to identify the warning signs of depression and suicide, but also how to have conversations about it. This is something we take very seriously in our schools and something that we talk to our children and our staff about. Of course, yesterday was September 11th, Patriot Day across our country. So we really appreciate all the acknowledgement in our schools around this important milestone. And I know everyone in this room remembers exactly where we were and what we were doing on September 11th, 2001. So I just wanted to take a moment and ask for a moment of silence to acknowledge all of the many heroes that lost their lives that day and all of the first responders that ran into the fire. So if we could do a moment of silence, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for taking a moment to remember. Our Continental League Super Summit was on August 26th, went really well. This month, we've been doing a lot of work around employee wellness events and screenings. So we currently have flu shot clinics available all across our school district in cooperation with our healthcare partners. So our employees can participate in an optional flu shot at their work site during the workday. It is the season for homecoming weeks, so we just want to do a shout out to our high schools and all of the schools that will be celebrating homecoming and all of the kids. We hope you all enjoy your homecoming weeks. On September 29th, we will have the Foundation for Douglas County Schools will be having their Building the Dream Gala. So we're really excited to host that at the Legacy campus for the second year in a row. And it should be a great event. We encourage everyone to get tickets. Youth Congress is coming up on October 3rd. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that later tonight from Director Myers and Director Ray. I also had the privilege of attending the Student Advisory Group meeting last night and talking to a very large crowd of students. I think that is the biggest crowd I have ever seen at Student Advisory Group. There were probably 100 students there, close. I tend to exaggerate perhaps a little, but there was a big number there. But I really enjoyed being able to talk to our students about how funding works in our school district and really how public schools are funded in general. Gave way to a lot of great conversations about everything from the employment markets to the economy. It was just fantastic. So I really appreciated them last night. It made my week. Employee retention stipends will be in checks later this week. So for our employees who are returning, who stayed with us from last school year to this school year, you will be receiving your retention stipend in a check later this week. Please check the communication that went out a few days ago for the details so that you can make sure you know what to expect. We really want to acknowledge and thank our amazing DCSD employees for returning and staying with us during the 23-24 school year as we work really hard to address competitive pay. The Partnership for Douglas County Government's CEO event was at Cherokee Ranch last week on September 7th. We appreciated being able to participate in that. Our Nutrition Services organization has some interesting statistics to report. We have served 200% more student lunches this year and 400% more student breakfasts. In addition, our amazing Nutrition Services Department has provided, are you ready, 26,000 employee meals since the beginning of the school year. So as many may remember, one of the creative retention strategies that we decided to put in place was free lunch for Douglas County School District employees. And so far, that has been a great success with 26,000 lunches served so far to our employees. The first week of October is PSAT testing, so many of our kids are already gearing up. Our first professional development day of the school year is September 22nd. And then finally, Hispanic Heritage Month begins on September 15th. Conexion, in partnership with our district, will be hosting a Hispanic Heritage Month celebration on September 19th at the Legacy campus from 6 to 7:30. Everyone is invited. There will be a band that was generously donated, dancing, food, activities, and parent speakers. The Conexion board will introduce themselves and invite other parents to join the group. So we thank them for that event and for celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with us here in Douglas County School District. That is it for superintendent updates tonight. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. Moving on into the study session, we will now have a student's safety update presentation, 45-minute presentation followed by a 20-minute Q&A.
Okay, well, I'm standing up this afternoon just to introduce our amazing team that has put together this presentation at the request of the Board of Education. As I get started, I want to reiterate to the Board of Education that our incredible school leaders, our incredible teachers are dedicated to the well-being of each and every student in our classrooms every single day. And I'm excited for you to hear from some of our school leaders and our school leadership team, as well as our district staff, on some of the amazing things that are happening out in our schools to make sure that our kids feel a sense of belonging and feel safe in their schools and in their classrooms. And so with that, I'd like to introduce Assistant Superintendent Windsor and Deputy Superintendent Hyatt to get us kicked off this afternoon. Thank you.
So it feels actually just quite perfect this evening that we would start with the recognition of our school resource officers as we transition into a report around student safety and the systems and supports that we have in place in Douglas County. And I just completely feel in awe and very blessed in terms of this comprehensive partnership that we have in our community with our law enforcement partners, as well as many of our community agencies. I think it just speaks to the unique and special qualities of this county and the school district. So it's a great way to start this evening. So we are here to provide an update in regards to student safety, the systems and supports that we have in place in Douglas County. This is, of course, aligned to your board priorities and your goals around creating a safe, positive culture and climate. So the ends are definitely represented and associated to the overview that we plan to give you this evening. And we do appreciate the Board of Education, the work that you all do to support our efforts around student safety in the Douglas County School District. And we also appreciate that you oftentimes invite us to provide the Board of Education updates throughout the year relative to the work that we're doing around safety and security, mental health and well-being, et cetera. So thank you for that. This is also, of course, tied to Superintendent Kane's goals, and she will be speaking more to that in a little bit later this evening around climate and culture, specifically the priority around essential skills for success. You may recall that we ended the school year last year, I think it was about the May timeframe, April-May timeframe, where we also provided you a monitoring report in regards to data around this Board of Education ends and how we are doing relative to many data points that are reflected in the work that we're doing in the district. So this is just one visual that we have been utilizing this year to be able to help our organization, our administrators, our teachers and others see the connectedness to the system work that is happening. Those of you that have experienced my leadership over the course of the years know that I like to show things in a visual format, and I think that's really important so that we can help the system see how everything is connected in terms of what our efforts are on behalf of our students. So what you see in this particular visual is, of course, the Board of Education ends really is the outer circle. It surrounds everything that we should be doing within the organization relative to our goals and our priorities. You have heard quite a lot about professional learning communities and the work that our district has been doing around PLCs, specifically around building that culture of a focus on student learning, a focus on student results, and that collaborative culture. Embedded then within the PLC element of culture within our district has been a real emphasis this year on the implementation of an integrated multi-tiered system of supports. You saw that reflected in some of the policy work that you all did last year, and now we are going through the professional development phase of really helping our leaders and our teachers and others understand what the components are of a comprehensive IMTSS framework and how we work together to be able to make growth in critical areas. You will see overlap between an IMTSS framework and PLC, and that's what you see represented with that dotted line. And of course, in the middle of this graphic is really what all of these efforts are intended to do, which is to increase the achievement and growth of our students academically, as well as promote student engagement and belonging. Foundationally to the work and the efforts of everything we're doing within the organization, and an emphasis around our professional development this year has been on foundational practices, how we are building those relationships with our students. We know how essential that is in the work that we do every day, that connectedness our students have in their school communities with trusted adults. Culturally responsive and sustaining practices, again, was reflected in some of the board policy work that you all did last year, and how we are helping our schools grow within those efforts. And then, of course, being trauma informed so that we can be responsive to the needs of all students. So what systems are in place to ensure a safe environment, address bullying, and support the behavior, social, and emotional needs of students? We're here to give you some information about what that looks like in Douglas County.
Particular goes down to what I think you saw in the photos from our SROs. It was about connecting with students and building relationships. Foundationally, for us to do this work, it requires us to be able to focus on climate and culture in our schools. And that means whatever we can do possible is how do we connect students with trusted adults in our best way to be able to create an environment where they feel like they belong. I can tell you I've been in 57 schools so far at the beginning of this school year, had a chance to walk into multiple classrooms. And the one thing I bet you these leaders will say, and I can say from a visual standpoint, is when I walk into the classroom, the most evident thing you will see in any classroom is a student connecting with their teacher. That is one of the most important things we can do, is to make sure our students understand that teacher is there as an advocate for them and their well-being, and that's foundational to the culture for us to be able to do this work. Programs are programs, people are people, and we want to make sure that we focus on the people of taking care of our students, which means we need to have high expectations for our students, but also ensure that we have systemic support to make sure our students do feel supported and that they can take those risks as well in a positive light, but also know the supports to push themselves academically, socially, and emotionally to be able to develop and grow and know that this is a learning process. I think too often we forget we are dealing with 4-year-olds to 18-year-olds, and I don't think any of those are completely grown up during that time period. And so as we go through that, we know we need to honor the fact that we are about developing and investing in our students. We also know that we need to make sure that we have consistent behavioral expectations. I can tell you that a lot of the time our leaders spend is making sure they're visible and making sure they're communicating what it means to be a part of their community. I can tell you as a former principal in the district, one of the first things I would always do, whether when I was a middle school principal, I'd go to every single one of my teams and we would talk about what does it mean to be a wildcat? What does it mean? How do we take care of one another? How we communicate to one another? How we treat one another? And here are the ways that you in particular, if something's not working well, who do you access? What are your resources and what are your supports? And we want to make sure we have that consistent expectations. We also know students make mistakes. That's a part of growing, and a part of that aspect of navigating those mistakes, we actually do behavioral training with all of our administrators at the beginning of the year around ensuring we have some consistency as we're navigating this work. Also, from a school safety standpoint, we know we've heard from our director of security many times about what does school safety look like, and it deals with prevention, hardening, and response. And we truly want to make sure we understand those three narratives in relationship to the physical, social, emotional, and behavioral support and safety of our students. And we have clear systems around what that looks like as well. We also want to talk about how do we get students to be able to own their environment. We know schools are most successful when their students feel like it is their school, and they have ownership and take leadership roles and feel empowered to make it their school. And how do we make sure that that is not a one-off, but is an expectation? You've walked into any one of our schools, you see students welcoming students. Beginning of the school year is a great example. When we all walked into our schools, I'm trying to think, even Director Ray, when we were walking in there at Legend High School, I didn't know if kids were yelling in excitement or yelling because they were so excited to have new kids walk in their building, and they just wanted to have the same love and appreciation for their school. And we know we need to establish that culture. We also know that this is, we want to make sure our district is known as a community school district. We want our families and our students in our schools. That partnership between our families, and our schools is a vital part to the success of any student to feel like they're connected with the schools, because our parents equally need to know what those resources are for them as well as our students. And so one thing you will find and see, which we'll talk about, is about how our schools get our families connected to our schools and how vital that is to make sure we're looking at student success and making sure we're creating our schools safe, creating safe schools. The other part, which I think here is one of the most important bullet points that we have as a district. As a district, we're never satisfied with what we're doing. We always want to get better at what we do. We are constantly trying to find ways to reflect and get better about, are we, with the systems and structures we have in place, is it having the intended impact? And I can tell you, we are not perfect in any way, and I don't want us to think that we are perfect in any way. That's why each and every one of you are here. That's why each and every one of us is here, to make sure that we can constantly find ways to get better at the work that we do. So how do we do that in a systemic way? And that really is about ensuring that we have an integrated systems to make sure that we can ensure there's student success. And as you saw in that visual chart, we know we needed to have foundational practices, and that means relationships and engagement and all the foundational components that we need within our district has to make sure that spreads throughout our entire system. And that is our expectations that you have for us from a board ends, and we have to make sure that we make that commitment to our families. We also want to make sure there's a culture of learning. Again, mistakes happen, and we need to make sure students feel safe, and knowing that mistakes will happen, we're here to invest in their success and not to make it about punitive damages. And I think you heard that from our SROs, is we are a team as we do this work. We also want to make sure that we have a consistent implementation process. As you heard from Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, really one of the things we want to ensure that there was a framework in which we can do this work, which was really tied to our integrated multi-tiered systems of support. So that talks a little bit about what we're doing from a school piece. We'll dig into a little more, but we want to also make sure we have a chance that our Director of Security and Director of Mental Health also can talk to you a little bit about some of the school safety and mental health aspects of what we do too. So I will hand this off to Johnny and Stephanie to talk about this.
Thank you very much, Danny.
I guess I'm starting.
You get to start.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us today. I'm Johnny Grew, Senior Director of Security. Some things that we've changed this year, and a lot of this has come from our Safety and Security Committee. President Peterson and Director Ray sit on it, and we took in not only what other districts are doing, but at the end, what our students would like. And our students in high school, some of them came and told us they want to know these two things better, the safe to tell process and how they respond if it's not just a structured drill like a lockdown. Like if they're in the hallway, if they're outside, if they're in the bathroom, how do they respond? And in taking that in and working with our law enforcement partners, we changed the way we've been doing things for quite a while this year. And so for our drills, we send out a notice to the principals ahead of time. We're going to change the drill a little bit. We also let the teachers know in our in-person, this is going to be a little different, we're pushing security down to the student level, which is exactly what Danny talked about, of empowering our students to know a little more about safety themselves. We're through our high schools and middle schools. We start our elementaries, and it's going really well. Because after 2 minutes, the teachers stay in their positions of safety, but they start discussing safety with the kids, and it becomes interactive. And then when we enter in, we get into some sometimes very interesting discussions with the kids on where they are, but it's been good feedback all the way down to kindergarten. They're starting to understand how to be safe. And that even goes to safe to tell protocol. For the younger kids, it's a trusted adult. You know, when you see something, a threat or something that could be perceived as a threat, how do you guys deal with that? But for me to see that as a change, it's come about with our committee, with our law enforcement officers. It's been a good start of the year.
Yeah, and as part of our safety is all of the safety assessments that we continue to do in our district. We have a team of safety and mental health that is comprised of our school nurses, counselors, social workers, and school psychologists. And so they have procedures on what do you do when a student is engaging in non-suicidal self-injury, because that's different than other safety concerns. And how do we collaborate in the community and link that student and their family to community resources and then complement each other. So we've worked really hard on making sure we're staying up to date with the latest research and practices in this area. We also continue to do our suicide risk assessments. And again, this is a team effort. Everybody in the school, eyes on kids, making sure that they're referred when there's a concern and that we're getting them to the right level of support, whether that be staying in school and safety planning or going to a hospitalization or something in between. We're also doing our threat assessments, of course, and that is required not only by our mental health staff, but by our school administrators to be trained in and to be providing and being leaders in this, as well as teaming with our school resource officers. So we're really proud of the work and the teamwork that we have in ensuring that any concern that comes our way, we're taking it seriously, we are addressing it, and regardless of what the outcome is, we're making sure we're putting in interventions and supports for our students. As Danny mentioned, our kids are growing and learning. They have stressors, sometimes they make mistakes, and our whole goal is to make sure that we're teaching, supporting, and when they make a mistake with safety, that they can restore with their community and move on successfully. We're really proud of our community partnerships. We have continued to just grow with our Handle with Care program. When we look at our numbers, our officers are making those notices multiple times throughout the night so that every day that school starts, principals and their school staff and transportation know, as well as our before and after care programs if it's an elementary student, hey, something happened last night in the home and your student needs a little TLC. They need to be handled sensitively. So we're really proud of that work and how it's growing, and we continue to be a model in our state and across the nation. And we're looking with the State Safety Center. They have been really working with us to see what we do and model that for a state program. So we're excited to be a part of that and to have helped with that. Our youth community response teams have been amazing. It's nice to have that second layer of support that can come in, do some more assessment if needed, and work with our schools and our families. And just like we saw in the community with adults, this has resulted in more students being able to stay at school, get linked to community services, and have less times where they need to go and be put on a hold or be in a hospital. So this has been a great success. We continue to work with developmental pathways and making sure our students with disabilities are getting into the program as early as possible, and that our parents are supported from early preschool all the way through adulthood on whatever their needs are, so that they can have success and be as independent as possible, living on their own or in a group home, getting job coaching, working, being successful, and reaching those goals they've set for themselves. So it's been a nice partnership. We're also so proud of other community relationships like our Douglas County Youth Initiative. We continue to work with them, and Becky Myers and I are on their board. We have a big event coming up October 3rd. It's our Youth Congress, and so we've already got a lot of students coming from both our neighborhood schools, our charters, and our private schools. This one is incredibly important and so relevant to the month of September, actually, because it will be a pure focus on mental health and wellness and strategies that kids will walk away with from that event on how to use that, how to support friends, and then how to know when you need to take it to the next level and get support from an adult or a professional. And then we work with lots of partners, but Aspen Effect is a really great program in which they are a ranch, and they do leadership, and they do mental health, and they have miniature ponies and all kinds of animals. And they bring a unique creative lens to not only mental health and well-being, but they take in students who are at risk of some pretty heavy stuff such as suicide and really help them get connected and become leaders and not have that repeat risk of suicide. So it's been a great partnership. And I could keep going, but we'll keep it to this so far on what we're working on. But we're really proud of all this work we're doing in implementation of safety work, drills, and assessments. I'll give it back to you.
So through the summer, I worked with our SRO partners to enhance our training, in-person training. Some of the stuff we were able to standardize, and Dr. Crawford and her crew really helped us out. It's the behavior intervention plans, how schools are dealing with those, how we're incorporating our SROs, how our SROs know which students are going through what, so when they walk into a school, they're not surprised. So it's a two-way communication between us as a school district and our SROs. Reunification training. Chris Zimmerman from Cimarron and the I Love You guys have really helped us take that next step in where are we going to reunify in case we need to. We reached out to some houses of worship who have opened their doors, and I think we have a good plan now versus where we were a couple years ago on if we had to do that. We've been through some large and smaller reunification training exercises with local law enforcement. And then that's about it. I think the rest is yours.
Yeah. So yeah, we've worked hand in hand about school resource officers and how our administrators and mental health are teaming and working with them. That's been really good to see. And as always, they are a part of our team. So we just continually in our trainings reinforce that. We also train our resource officers on our safety procedures so that it's a seamless relationship and collaboration. So that's been good to hear perspectives on both sides, and we're just continually improving everything we do and getting feedback from all of our staff on how that's going. We have really focused with our law enforcement, our school resource officers, about mental health training, special education students, how best to work with students with disabilities. We continue to work on trauma-informed practices at every level, especially our intensive special education level. And we continually are making sure, with our last bullet, keeping students safe, that every single employee that enters our district, no matter when they do, most are at the beginning of the year, take that keeping students safe. It's a brief training on how important every single person is, no matter your job title or what your training is. We can be vigilant and keep our eyes on kids, and when we have a concern, what we do to link them to the helping professionals in our schools and always make sure there's a warm handoff and that our kids are very well taken care of. So we're really proud of that work, and we're just going to keep going strong with each other and with our partnerships in the community. Okay.
Sounds good.
I think that's all for now from us.
Danelle, I think you're back up. Kelly.
We will hand it over to Dr. Kelly Smith and Danny Windsor.
All right, thank you. So when we're talking about universal student supports, we focus on our Colorado Comprehensive Health Standards and Instruction. So our teachers, health teachers, wellness teachers, health and PE teachers use those standards to teach their wellness curriculum. We also use the CDC, Whole Student, Whole Community, Whole Child framework, part of Healthy Schools, and our school nurses lead that within our classrooms. So they are working in a collaboration with their wellness teachers in their school to what lessons they'll be going into classrooms to teach. That was a separate department, and we've moved that back over into our school nursing department. So we're getting that back up and running. We are really excited to start a new pilot through the School Health Prevention Grant this year in 4 of our middle schools, focusing on substance use prevention. That is something that we are working on with our administrators right now, and they just started in schools last week. We have 4 prevention nurses that are experts when it comes to prevention and substance use. They are working in collaboration with the health teachers on a Catch My Breath evidence-based substance abatement program, and then the administrators in an alternate to suspension with an intensive intervention program at the school site. And then we're using our Johnny's Ambassadors curriculum to help with any marijuana use. And then we partner with our school resource officers in the Youth Education Safety in Schools program, the YES program, in all of our 6th, 7th, and 8th grades with healthy relationships, digital citizenship, and drug use.
And so we are trying to spend some significant time trying to figure out what does this look like universally for our students. We know the digital citizenship side of things is something, social media is a huge issue that we are having to navigate, and know that's going to require partnership with our families. And so we've talked about this. Superintendent Kane has alluded to this multiple times, and it's an issue that we know we need to continue to find ways to make connections. We actually just talked with, just in a previous meeting, about connecting with DA's office and other folks to say, how do we make sure we make the connection with maybe incidents we're seeing there, as well as partnerships with the schools and other means to make sure that we are partnering with our families as we navigate this work. We also want to look at how do we universally find ways to support and engage our students. And so When we talk about school safety, when we talk about navigating bullying, harassment, really a big part of this is how do our kids feel connected to our schools and know that they are a part of a community and they add value to the community. And so to get an idea of some of the things we're doing as a district is there are a variety of things which you probably have been invited to, have seen, we've been able to recognize through some of the superintendent's updates, but we try to do a variety of school-wide activities to make sure and events where they feel like they are connected to their schools. If you've ever been to a Wish Week assembly, the energy, excitement, the connectedness of our students, donating money, time, excitement, energy, understanding that serving not just themselves, but serving somebody else is far greater than just looking at that yourselves, is something that our schools do an incredible job of. Homecoming events, parades. I can tell you from being in the community, my kids can't wait for the parade on Wednesday to be able to go be a part of it and be connected with older adults. They looked at those older students as mentors to them. And that's a huge part to say, can I see myself there? Because the moment you get a student start thinking about their future and they can see it, touch it, feel and interact with it, has a huge part to feel like I've got somebody looking after me. And so we have a variety of events that you'll see. We also know one of the best ways to make sure we engage our students is at the classroom level. We know our teachers, and I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face, we have the most incredible teachers in this district. And I can't even begin to tell you, and if I had hair on my arms, you'd see my hair being up, but I will tell you this, it's not funny. What I will tell you is this, the extra hours dedication that our teachers make, it's not an 8 to 3, 8 to 4 job, 7 to 5 job. I can tell you Sunday nights when it's 9:30 at night, I'm getting great updates from my teachers, spending the time to see where are my students at, and it's not punitive in nature. They are spending every waking moment finding ways they can connect with their students. And if you walk in a classroom, they're finding ways to empower kids, develop leadership skills, develop collaborative skills. Students who maybe don't see eye to eye in a classroom, a teacher navigates those conversations with such a deft skill in how they go about doing this. That is a huge part of making sure our students can navigate conflict that may be happening in a classroom level, but that individual teacher-student staff relationship in the classroom level is huge. We also want to make sure our students are connected with a trusted adult. I'm going to share some statistics with you in a second to show how connected our students are. We know clubs, sponsors, activities, sports are a huge part of this. We also know students and student governments. If you've ever walked into a high school or middle school student government class or a student leadership class at the elementary level, they are light years beyond where I even saw myself at that age. I just go, how mature these individuals are and service-oriented they are great events. And we have a variety of things in our high school levels from our advisory classes. Thunder Ridge High School does an amazing job of having their students for 4 years stick with that advisory teacher, and that sense of community they build in those classes where they read their names on the stage is one of the most important things, and I know Director Meek knows it firsthand what that looks like and how important that relationship is to make sure students have a trusted adult, and then ensuring we have pathways for all kids. When students are around other kids that have like interests, it builds community among students. We know that's a vital part of this work. When we look at the statistics from the district, if you look at this over the last 10 years as a district, and I want you to mind where we are from an enrollment standpoint, we've seen, and where you get the 102.49% is we have duplicate students who are in activities in athletics. But we have over 100% involvement from students in different activities in athletics. And what an important part this is to make sure students feel like they're connected in our schools. We know the research flat out tells us that when a student is involved in school, the likelihood of their academic behavior and social health increases at significant rates. And so what are some different programs that we talk about, prevention-based programs? One of the things that I will give a huge kudos to Dr. Smith and her team around leading our mindsets and behaviors work with our counselors, developing a K through 12 curriculum, and ensuring we talk about the social skills, learning strategies, bully prevention components, that all kids get K through 12. And it's really tied to the ASCA model, which we've talked about having ramp schools in our district, which is a really hard feat, I will tell you personally, for you to be able to get as a school, but the work they've done to make sure it's tangible, I think, for our staff and for our students, and knowing that it's the counselor-teacher partnership of this being visible in our classrooms is huge. We also know we have a variety of schools that do a variety of different PBIS, positive behavioral intervention supports. I was just at Mesa Middle School last Friday, and Mr. Nicholson was showing me their PBS reward system they have for students, where all teachers are able to take their phone out, scan an ID through an app, so students who are doing great work, they actually get stuff to purchase at the store with these points to reinforce positive behaviors of taking care of their community. And we've also been able to roll out, where all leaders will be able to speak to their students about what is bullying, harassment, discrimination, what does that look like in our schools, and what are your supports? And so all leaders will be able to share that, but we have a variety of other support programs that are off here on the right-hand side. I can tell you as a former leader, seeing, Second Step, for example, Unit 2, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, talks about recognizing bullying, harassment, discrimination is a lesson that they do with our students. So we have a variety of different program preventions that we utilize within our schools as well. So to give you a highlight, just to go back, you'll see universal on this slide, and then you're going to see from that integrated multi-tiered systems of support, universal, targeted, and intensive. And so when we talk about needing more targeted resources for students that maybe are needing some additional supports, as you've heard, we have great support structures. Dr. Stephanie Crawford and her team has done an amazing job setting some of these structures up, as well as Dr. Kelly Smith, around developing clear systems about how our nurses, counselors, school psychs can support our students. We have schools that have sensory and home-based areas where students may just need to be able to take a step away to be able to get into a high sensory environment or low sensory environment, depending upon what is needed, and a variety of other referral processes and plans to be able to support our students. And from an intensive standpoint, there are, again, more intensive interventions we have. I will say one of the best unknown resources that I don't think we celebrate enough is Dr. Jan Lanning and her team with our Students Assistance Team. She is the best of the best, and it doesn't exist anywhere else in the district that I'm aware of about these intensive resources and support and partnering with community agencies. And we also know there are a variety of plans and structures that allocate additional resources for our students if they need additional support. And so we want to make sure our students know how they access these supports and how to access and report if they do have concerns. You guys did some great work just this last board meeting around the KE policy and how to access supports. If there's complaints, whatever it may be. And what our goal is in any of our schools is how do we keep things at the most local and immediate level? So if there's a concern in a classroom, go to the teacher. If we can have a trusted adult, if it's their counselor they can go to, let's go make sure that they have access. And so we really want to make sure we have those resources and reporting structures in place. As you've seen with our law enforcement partners, and I will tell you, they're hour by hour, day by day, the amount of safe details that I will see and how responsive and partnerships between law enforcement, the school level, and district supports for our schools is something we work on. And we do see bullying situations, we do see threat situations, we do see a variety of situations that get reported, and our principals do an incredible job of vetting through that information. I can tell you this past weekend, I was working with 7 different principals this weekend on reports they were getting on Saturday night, Sunday morning, whatever it may be, but our leaders aren't sleeping. And there's a part that we've got to find balance, but I can assure you they want to be responsive to the needs of our students. We also have more intensive-based supports as well, too, and working with our compliance office around Title IX discrimination and harassment. Erin Henderson, Emily Sloan, who are compliance officer as well as investigator, we work with on a daily basis to make sure that we have the right supports in place as well as protective measures of any students that need that in our system. And so we have a variety of things we are working on as a system, but we wanted to ensure you can see the framework which you're operating from. What I'm really excited about, because you're tired of listening to me, is to be able to speak to one of our EDOS, Mr. John Gutierrez, is going to kick us off, and then you get to see these really incredible people and humans behind me who are leading and doing the work each and every day. So I'm going to turn it off to Mr. Gutierrez to kick off into our school. So John.
Thanks, Danny. Good evening. My name is John Gutierrez. I'm the Executive Director of Schools for East Highlands Ranch. I've been doing that job for about 2+ years with a super phenomenal, fantastic team. Prior to that, I had the honor to serve as a principal, elementary principal here in Douglas County. So our school leadership team role is to work with and support our school leaders and their learning communities. The executive directors recognize one of the most important roles school leaders have is to create a positive culture that prioritizes the well-being and success of all students, and that there's a true sense of belonging. Our school leaders in DCSD work tirelessly to ensure students feel valued, loved, and cared for. Schools have the flexibility to utilize programming that meets the needs of their learning community. The sample of programs shared on the slide deck previously are Tier 1 universal supports that schools use to align expectations, including what students and families can expect from staff, skills, strategies, and process for problem solving, and actionable items to enhance culture and climate. These programs are in alignment with school leadership goals, and we appreciate that our school leaders consistently evaluate program impact and seek feedback from staff, students, and families. Our building leaders are truly focused on continuous improvement and investing in all of our students and families to be successful and cared for in their school experience. In just a moment, we're going to hear from our leaders about their buildings, programs, and support for students and families. We sincerely appreciate the excellent work they do on a daily basis. We'd first like to introduce Mr. Jeff Broker, principal at Eagle Academy, followed by Jill Cassis, principal at South Ridge Elementary, then Jennifer Oldham, principal at Larkspur, followed by Amy Moyle, principal at Redstone, then Sarah Curto, principal at Sierra Middle School, and finally Andy Abner, principal at Rock Canyon. So please welcome Jeff, come on up.
I drew the short straw. So usually going first wouldn't be my preference, but I think my colleagues just want me to be able to get back to my kids after I'm finished presenting. I'm here to talk about mental health at Eagle Academy. Am I supposed to move the slide? You got that for me? Got that for me? I know there's two bullets I want to talk about there. I think I'm going to jump to the second bullet first, though. Mental health is a very entrenched thing, and it's very different in an AEC, an alternative education campus. As you know, no less than 90% of my students will meet or have more than one at-risk qualifier, as set by CDE. So it starts with the interview process, which at Eagle Academy is done with an administrator and a mental health worker. We work as a team in those interviews, which include the parent and student. My team is actually 4. It seems extensive for 150 students. We have a ratio of about 37, 38 students to a mental health worker. But I think it's most important to recognize the quality and types of work that my team does. We have a transition counselor. That's a unique position that we wrote at Eagle Academy. That transition counselor is actually a licensed therapist, does entirely social, emotional, mental health support of our kids, but supports our kids a year out from graduation in terms of community resources, developing wraparound services for our kids. Because we find in an alternative campus, many times kids become reliant on the programs that we offer, and when they leave the school, sometimes there's a breakdown. And being able to have that resource to them for another year is just huge. Our at-risk counselor also is another licensed therapist and does solely mental health support of our kids in program. Our academic counselor is actually the only member of our mental health team that does academic counseling with scheduling, college and career, and transcripts, does social emotional as well, but the primary focus of the academic counselor is on the academic side of the house. And then my social worker does social emotional for our identified populations of unique learners. Together, they all meet regularly as a team. They also meet with my entire staff every Monday, and we talk about kids. We spend the time to talk about kids with our teachers and our support staff so that we can really individualize and personalize our interventions with our students. So with that said, it's a moving target. I can tell you in the 8 years I've been principal at Eagle Academy, our populations evolve and change constantly. The needs our kids had in 2016 are not the needs our kids are having in 23, 24. And as such, we have to evolve in terms of the interventions that we do. We, as part of our interview process and application, we really start to take a look at historical practices with our kids, things that are in place, things that haven't worked, and we start to devise a plan for how we're going to support that kid as an individual in the school. Then, of course, we also will do a needs assessment, and a culture and climate survey with each group of students. And because we're a quarterly school, we have new students coming in every 9 or 10 weeks. We continually do those assessment with kids, and those will help drive some of the topics that I will talk about in the first bullet. We have really committed to doing some mental health minutes with our kids on a daily basis. So our mental health team actually does what we call mini segments or push-ins, where they come into classrooms every Monday and do a 15-minute discussion on a mental health topic. They take turns with it. We rotate it so it's not going into the same classrooms all the time, so that we're sharing some equity in terms of the teachers giving up those 15 minutes. But we break it in really into 3 areas and topics. One being engagement and self-esteem topics. We'll talk about things such as gratitude practice. We'll talk about passion and purpose in their life. We will also go into topics around healthy communication. We'll discuss things like I statements and how to ask for help. Something as simple as how to ask for help, which can be foreign to a lot of our kids. And then lastly, we go in and we do a lot of work on community-based resources. So we'll talk about things like I Matter, which is a therapy resource. We'll talk about Safe to Tell and 988, which is the suicide hotline and crisis hotline. We'll talk about crisis centers. We'll talk about how to seek community mental health resources. We'll talk about substance abuse and treatment, because that is a real issue with a lot of the students that attend alternative programming. But with that said, we will continue to assess, and if the target moves in terms of the needs of our kids, we move the topic matter, and we move it readily. It's just ongoing. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, we'll introduce Jill Cassis and her team that she's brought from Southridge. So Jill, here's this for you, your slides as well.
I'm going this way. All right. I think this is the hardest part, is trying to figure out like how to move the slides, right? Thank you for having us all here. I'm Jill Cassis, principal at Southridge Elementary. I brought my team with me because we do use a team approach to everything that we do. With me, I have my assistant principal, Stephanie Brink. I have my social worker, Paula Bishop, my family and cultural liaison, Martha Cisneros. I have my behavior tech, and she helps with our IMTSS, Stephanie Neff, and I have my home base educational assistant for Stephanie Holmes. Yes, I know it's odd, they're all Stephanies. I just can't get away from it. We call them all by last name, but I didn't know if that was appropriate here. So on this first slide, you will see all of our anchors. So you will see our mission statement here. It's the top thing. We believe that we do inspire community, belonging, and purpose, and we do that through pursuing excellence in achievement, character, and in the ways we take action to impact our world. You will see our PAC behaviors. Those are our PBIS, or positive behavior systems. We're principled, always safe, caring, and knowledgeable. And then we are an IB school, so we focus on our IB learner profiles, one each month that we work on. Also knowing that we don't just finish that when the month is over. So when August was caring, we talked about caring in all August, but in September we continue to focus on that as well. Our theme this year is we believe in the power of yet, and that echoes what a lot of people have already said today, and that is we're always learning and we're always improving.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Brink, the assistant principal. Thank you for having us. This slide talks about some of the examples of our supports that we offer at Southridge. We're very proud of all of these components. You'll see a lot of these things echo what you heard Danny talk about earlier. Really core to everything is that we focus this around our integrated multi-tiered system of supports. And so you can see targeted and intensive supports here. You can see our universal supports here. Really having that system of supports is integral to our success with kids. And along the bottom, you can see we believe that kids do well if they can. That comes from the work of Ross Green. His book, Lost at School, really spells out what we believe about kids and
And that's the foundation of all of it. And the alternative is believing that kids do well if they want to, right? That's a very different stance. And so we seek out to share that mindset that kids do well if they can. We really focus on identifying and removing barriers. That is our core mission in pursuing learning in all areas, including social and emotional and behavioral, as well as academic. So one marvelous example of this is Martha Cisneros. She is our cultural and family liaison. We are so proud of the work that she does. She, translates for our Spanish-speaking families, but even more so, she is a barrier breaker and she's a community connector. We have families that come in crisis. One came in today, and she rolled into action to support and wrap that family around with really access to resources, community resources and programs. She helps kids get instruments that need instruments for band. She helps families find access to get flu shots, right? That's all about connecting with family. It's our partnership with families, right? Another barrier breaker in our school is our dynamic team of Steph Neff, who does our Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports, and Steph Holmes. And she does Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports. One feature of our school is our Wolves Den. And that is a program known as Home Base. Southridge was the first first elementary school in the district, I believe, to put that into effect and to try that out in elementary school. That was in 2014, and I was the assistant principal at that time. And about 80% of our day as administrators was managing behaviors and discipline and putting this program into place, changing our focus from discipline and this was wrong, right, to kids do well if they can. And so we approach it from a learning stance, has changed it drastically. And that's not the types of numbers you would see today. So I'd like to introduce Paula Bishop.
Thanks, Steph. Here at Southridge, we believe that clear communication is good communication. So we developed this flow chart to show our staff and our community how the different tiers work and how to access supports for our students. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to ask you if you have any questions, but if you do, you're welcome to ask me now or later, depending on what people tell me. Thank you. We appreciate the work you do to support us so that we can support students.
Good evening, directors. I'm Executive Director Stephanie Wells of West Hundred. Sorry, just kidding. I'm Ian Wells of West Hundred. We had a slight glitch in the introductions. I just wanted to take a moment and introduce Miss Megan Ofer, who is our principal of Roxborough Intermediate. She is going to be here. I know she's not going to say this, so I'm going to tell you because it's something we don't probably know. Megan is regularly recognized and asked by the University of Northern Colorado and Dr. Janet Alcorn to come present at the Toynton Institute every summer for her work with restorative practices. And she's actually asked by multiple school districts across the state. They come in and actually watch this process at Roxborough. I don't know that she would actually share that because she's humble in that regard, but Ms. Ofer, we're ready for you.
I was not going to share that, but thanks. You're going to see a theme here, actually. Ian told me I get one slide. I did. And I didn't know about the team thing, so I'm going to throw him under the bus. So I got creative with my slide and turned my one slide into like 7 slides. So kids do well if they can. Same theme as Southridge there. It is very, very true. We can't expect kids to just be able to do well. We know that behavior is a communication of something. Either there's a need not being met or there's a skill that needs to be developed. When we talk to parents about mistakes that kids have made, when we talk about it in terms of they make mistakes because there's a skill that they need, it is a lot less punitive and demeaning to their family and to their kid. They know that we love their kid and we're like, oh, that's okay. And actually I tell lots of stories about my childhood and I was like, let me tell you about what I did that was way worse than what your kid did, so it's cool. They're going to be fine. It's going to be fine. So kids do well if they can. Behavior is a communication and a need that needs to be met. We've got assessments that we do with kids if it gets to that point where we can't quite figure it out. Sometimes it's obvious. We really work on restorative practices, but in order to do that effectively, you have to have a restorative culture. It's not just we do restorative practices. It's about the mindset of the building. And a lot of it has to do, we expect kids to make mistakes, right? Their frontal lobes are still developing. And we all can think back to when we were 9, 10, 11, and 12. You know, we had our stuff. So we really want to make sure that we have a restorative culture where it's not just the kids in our building, but it's also the adults in our building that own mistakes, accept responsibility, understand the impact that our actions and words have on others, and then repair harm, making things right. And you know what I forgot to start with? I've been the principal at Roxborough Intermediate for 9 years. I am Megan Ofer, sorry that Larkspur's not here, it's me. But I've been the principal there for 9 years. It did not start out with a culture of restoration. That's something that grows and it doesn't happen overnight. I had lots of teachers pushing back. Where are the consequences? Where are the consequences? And over the past 9 years, we've really, really worked on seeing how that data kind of plays out. We've got a lot less behaviors in our school now and a lot more kids that, you know, they'll come in all hot from recess about something and they're like, I know where I went wrong. I targeted exactly where I should have made a different choice and I already made it right with them. I mean, they're saying it in a way that's kind of funny, but it's a culture of this, you know, kind of language. So if we can, research says that if we can actually realize what our emotions are doing in our body, that we have a 50% chance of changing it. And if you don't have the awareness of your emotions in your body, you have a 4% chance of changing it. And so that's why we use zones of regulation. We also have a home-based program called the Rattler's Nest. Some people are like, that seems scary, but for Roxborough, it is not. It's common. And you may have heard on the radios, we've had lots of bears, and so I'm actually maybe thinking we should go with being the bears. But we use zones of regulation so that kids can actually notice what their emotions are doing and what that means for them, so that at least they have a better chance of changing it. And we use our home-based program for a place to go for them to kind of regulate those emotions and also build those skills. See how I made one slide into 10 slides? Sources of strength is another way when things get hard. This is just a way that kids have tools. When things get hard, you have to have tools in order to be able to manage through that. And this is one way that we make sure that kids have tools, is sources of strength. It's tier 1, helps them find places to get help, helps them build resilience, and then that sense of belonging. And then I did Leanne did say I could do a bullet list of things. And then I thought about, yes. I could have added about 20 more bullet lists, but I was running out of room on the slide. But in addition to our SROs, and we have a therapy dog at our school, and our family partnerships, there are so many other things that kind of go into creating a safe place for kids and making sure that kids are treating each other and themselves with respect. But that collective efficacy piece, we know that research says that if everybody's on the same page, that's actually the biggest indicator of success in a school. This year we've always done morning meetings, but I actually carved out more time in our schedule for morning meetings because our teachers were kind of saying, we want to do all of these things. We're trying to figure out how to fit it all in. So we actually have morning meetings where every adult in our building for the first 20 minutes of the school day push into classrooms, and they're building those relationships so that there's more trusted adults in our building helping kids out. We have student ambassadors, student mentors. Kids do community service all the time. When they make a mistake in our school, we've got all kinds of good community service they can do. So we put them to work, and actually they are giving back to our community that way. We've got a lot of cool flowers that have been planted around our building and trails. It's looking great. And then documentation. We actually document everything so that we're not missing anything. If somebody's worked with a student or a group of students, no matter how little the issue was, we actually document that so that we can make sure that we're there to support. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the joiners theory. We've talked about it being Suicide Prevention Month. This is a theory that the things that we can control in a school or a district, when a student, let me just explain this a little bit. That red arrow points to the middle section here, if a student or a person is perceiving that they're a burden, if they don't feel like they belong, and they have something called acquired capacity, which is like risk-taking, that is when there is, they are in danger of harming themselves or others. So I thought that was a really interesting way to look at that. Because we have control over the burden and the belonging. Sorry, I've got like a frog in my throat because I swallowed down the wrong tube. I was trying to fight it. So anyways, this is a very small picture of what we do at Roxborough. So.
Thank you. There's some water back
Try
there.
fighting a clock, like a.
All right, I would like to introduce Miss Amy Moyle, which you guys saw last time, from Redstone Elementary, talk a little about her experience as well. Amy.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. This is a topic that really speaks to my heart. I will tell you, the favorite part of my job is being at the front door every morning, greeting students, seeing them smiling, laughing, skipping into the building. And what I always share with my students is that it is so important to me as their principal that they come in every day with a full heart. They know they have adults who love and care about them, who are going to take great care of them. And they also know that they have classmates and friends who are going to include them, who are going to treat them with kindness, and who are going to make them feel good each and every day. So that's really the premise of who we are. Like other schools, our mission, vision, and theme, we really take those to heart. A vision thinking about reaching every child every day. And as we talk with staff, we talk a lot about that means certainly their minds, but really reaching the heart of every child, that we're touching them, we're connecting with them, that they feel seen, they feel heard, they feel like they're included every day. We talk also about, we care very much about academics and what kids learn, and that's really important to us, but we care so much about who they become. We care about them becoming sturdy human beings who are ready to tackle the world, ready to head to middle school, ready to problem solve, all of those different pieces. And so what I'm here to talk a little bit tonight about is our Leader in Me program at Redstone. And Leader in Me for us is our common language. It is our really belief that every student in our building is a leader, and we really want to nurture and develop that leadership potential so that they feel included and they feel involved. It's based on Stephen Covey and the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And so at Redstone, you'll see students as young as kindergarten learning about what it means to be proactive, what it means to think win-win. They are learning these lifelong skills, and having that common language really helps us to connect our students and our student supports, our staff connections, and then also our family partnerships. So a little bit about what that looks like specifically. I feel like a lot of these things have been talked about with other principals, definitely a lot of commonalities, but specifically with our Leader in Me, we really focus on a habit a month. So for example, this month we're focused on being proactive. What does that mean? You're in charge of you choose your weather each day, you choose how the day is gonna go, how you respond. Our phenomenal counselor does an exceptional job of kicking off each month with a habit assembly, involves our student leadership team. They talk about that habit, they give examples. Last year we had a lot of community speakers. We had Mr. Abner, we had Mr. Cook, we had previous Redstone students. This year we're really focusing on community members and really bringing in that career piece as well. So last month we had 2 parents talking about what does it mean to be proactive in your job? How does that look for you every day? During COVID, we started doing daily virtual announcements, and that's something that's really stuck with us. So the assistant principal and I and the counselor and a 5th grader each day record those announcements. That allows us to connect back to that habit, to pose a question of the day that connects to the habit, and then that really kicks off the morning meeting in our classrooms where kids are talking about a specific question related to that habit in SEL. Our Tier 1 involves all of our classroom teachers teaching those Leader in Me lessons weekly. They have specific curriculum and lessons that they're teaching. And then our counselor also pushes into every classroom every other week and teaches a lesson either connected to Leader in Me, also connected to our counseling standards, also connected to what teachers are seeing and what the needs are, and what they're noticing on the playground, what they're noticing in their classrooms that needs support. Some other pieces that we have in place, we have student accountability partners. Those are kind of an advanced buddy system where our younger and older students are pairing up and they're meeting and they're talking about their academic goals, they're talking about their social emotional goals, they're solving problems together, they're talking through situations, they're going through those Leader in Me lessons. Something new this year, a tribute to our fifth grade teachers, is all of our fifth grade students are a part of our kindness crew. So again, that inclusivity of every fifth grader is a part of this. We have 3 crews. One crew is focused on supporting and celebrating students and doing fun things for our students. One group focused on our staff, and then one group is focused on our community and how can we provide that outreach to our community. We have lots of student leadership roles. We have our student lighthouse team, kind of like student council. And then again, our counselor, I will tell you, that has been the biggest benefit, I think, of a previous bond and mill was having that counselor there every single day for our elementary schools. She is absolutely phenomenal. It also expands to our staff. All of our staff members certified are a part of a staff action team. That's really part of our IMTSS structure where we have a team really focused on community partnerships. We have a team focused on community outreach, on students SEL, on staff SEL, all those different components. You've heard a lot about some of these pieces too, providing those staff development opportunities. Kids do well if they can. You've heard about that tonight. Every classroom has a calming corner where kids can go to regulate, take a minute. They have tools there that they know that they can use to regulate. We also utilize the zones that I think Megan talked about. Our Kid Talk structure involves both our staff and our family partnerships, and that's really where we come together to brainstorm and problem solve kids that maybe need some more intensive support. It can be academic focused, can be social emotional focused, can be both, but we really invite our parents to be a part of that process as well as our teacher, our mental health team, our learning specialists, and we just get together and brainstorm what can we specifically put in place for the student. We have formal data conversations 3 times a year where we're looking at our data, and a big addition to that was academic, but then also looking at our social emotional data. What students need more than that tier 1 support, what students need to meet with the counselor in a small group, what students maybe need one-on-one, what does that look like, and then teachers are meeting at least every other week, all the time really, but formally every other week to continue those conversations. And then lastly, just involving our community. We really, really believe in that partnership, and parents are such a crucial part of that partnership. So proactively, we try to involve them as much as we can. We provide Leader in Me opportunities where they can come and learn about the 7 habits. They can come and learn about calming corners. Our counselor last year did a book study with our parents where they were reading a book about kids with anxiety and how to support them at home. We do principals coffees, and at those coffees, we try to invite different people from the school that the parents might want to learn from, our counselor, our psychologists, our special education team, our specialist teachers. Positive phone calls home. Teachers do shout outs to students and they get to come to the office and call home and celebrate that they showed a particular habit that day. Watchdog Dads has been a phenomenal addition. I know a lot of schools do that, just having that male role model, but we also have watchdog moms that come, and we really target that during the lunch and recess block. So dads are out there playing soccer, helping kids problem solve, helping them work through just different situations. And then I talked about the Kid Talk. So again, just really trying to be proactive about how can we support each student every day, how can we grow their minds, but really how can we nurture and take great care of their hearts is just the core of who we are. And that's our theme this year, the power of we. So our learning community comes together with our students, all staff members, no matter what their role, and our parents to really create that we to nurture and grow that heart of students. So, thank you.
All right, I'd like to introduce Ms. Sarah Curto, Sierra Middle School Principal. Sarah?
Middle school. Everyone's favorite time of their youth. It's actually the best place to be. It's the most wonderful place ever. Let me talk just real quick. I kind of divide up my thinking into the mindset and culture of a middle school, the operational aspects of a middle school, the structures, systems, and programmings, and then monitoring it all. I live in the world of monitoring 800 middle schoolers. So really, in any middle school, you're going to find some of this stuff. What does it mean to be an Eagle at Sierra? Middle school is the prime opportunity to really set some pathways in the brains of children, tweens, and teenagers. So we try and capitalize on that by reiterating things to students all the time. We have high expectations. We have a high standard. We're the best in the business. You guys can soar. You can reach high levels of achievement, of performance, of all of that stuff. So making sure that they hear that continually. Also helping them understand that you're the most important decision maker in your life. You're no longer in elementary school. Your world has opened up for you, so every decision you make has some kind of an impact. So helping them understand that. And they always hear me talk about that when we problem solve things. That's what they hear a lot of. Also getting them to understand that school benefits you. What's going on in your life as a middle schooler has a direct benefit to you in high school and beyond. So having them develop that mindset of this is for me. What I do helps me and others be safe and successful. Some of the operational things that we really focus on is school-wide expectations. We have an acronym SOAR, talks about safety, opportunity, accountability, and respect. We continually go over SOAR expectations. You know it's sinking in when they're creating memes about SOAR expectations. It's hilarious. We really tried to take an approach of school-wide expectations in common areas like the lunchroom, the gym, the hallways, school-wide expectations for classrooms. So what are the SOAR expectations in classrooms? And then what are the SOAR expectations in bathrooms and locker rooms? Yes, you do need those in middle school. They're very important. So those are all posted. We teach them. We make them practice them. We reinforce them. And we review them regularly throughout the year. A 3=33 model is something that a lot of the middle schools have talked about. And it came about really from COVID and seeing that we needed to reacclimate students to school. And so we spend 3 weeks at the beginning of the year going over all the SOAR expectations. What does it mean to be an Eagle? Having that practice. You see our Spanish teacher holding up a sign with the kids going down the hallway that says a la derecha, because they're practicing walking to the right. And they really go around the entire school practicing walking in the hallway. And we do that kind of stuff for 3 weeks. And then after every break, we reintroduce that. These are our expectations for safety. These are our expectations for behavior, because they need that constant reminder and reinforcement about what it takes to have everybody safe and successful in our school. Many of the middle schools also have advisory. They call it one thing or another, but it's a consistent time daily or during the week where you can have certain lessons being taught, skill building. You can have access to teachers for supports, for academics. It's where our counselors provide small group lessons, interventions are during that time as well. And so that's a huge component of the operation of our school that allows access for all kids for what they need. We also are lucky enough not only to have sources of strength, like you saw from some of the elementary schools, and student council, we have those as classes during our day. So that's a way to expand our student leadership within the course of the day, because sometimes kids can't do after-school activities for one reason or another, but they are leaders within our building. And we also look at a very intentional way to structure our teams and our schedule. What's the distribution of needs on our teams? You don't want to overload a team with all these student needs. So we try to be really intentional about how our teams are structured. And then, of course, there's lots of monitoring. Not only just the daily walking around, seeing what you're doing and having little corrective conversations, but also really looking at our data, our behavior data. What are the behaviors that we're seeing? Where are we seeing it? When are we seeing it? What are the trends? One of the best things that I think we do is we have a weekly mental health team meeting with all of our mental health team counselors, psych, social worker, administrator, SRO, and then our all health network therapists that's in our building. So you have a collaborative group of people who problem solve what's going on with kids. Also, our grade level assistant principals and counselors meet with our teams every single week. So we're talking about what do our kids need every single week and problem solving that. And then, of course, we have surveys from our students and parents, just checking in on, okay, what are the stressors in your life? What are you seeing from your kids? How is communication? What is the level of safety you feel in the building? I'm right now in the process of doing safety check-ins from kids who indicated that they did not feel safe at school, and asking them, well, what does safe at school mean to you? What does make you feel safe? What makes you feel unsafe? What ideas do you have to improve safety in our school? And it's really interesting to hear some of the things that they say. It breaks your heart when you hear some of them, but it also really helps you get some good ideas and know where to target. So that's middle school in a nutshell.
All righty, thank you, Sarah. Now we get to introduce Mr. Andy Abner, and I can't wait to hear him talk about it's a great day to be a JAG.
Come on, you're stealing my thunder. It's a great day to be a JAG, which means it's a great day to be you, so just be you and just be awesome. That's how we start every day at Rock Canyon High School. But before I get started, I want to first and foremost acknowledge all of my colleagues that have spoken before me. All the amazing things that they do in elementary and middle school is why we can just kick our feet up and relax every day. No, that's obviously a joke, but in all seriousness, they do such a good job of preparing students to come to us ready to succeed, knowing how to regulate their own behaviors and do all these great things that you've already heard about. So another thing that I want to point out is something that Danny said. So I do believe firmly in the power of people. And I think everything that you see, and one of the reasons that our organization is so outstanding, and Aaron has been able to share so many awesome things lately about how our school district is doing, is because of the power of people. So I just want to, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you guys for putting a bond initiative forward to take care of our people, because it's the people, not the programs. The people make the programs work. So thank you guys. So with all of that being said, yeah, it's a great day to be a JAG. That's how we start every day. Everybody should hear how great it is to be them when they walk into school every single day. A good positive mindset going in and feeling that way. A lot of people hear it's a great day to be a JAG, but the follow-up to that is, which means it's a great day to be you. So just be you and just be awesome. And that's something that we talk about. And so we have a lot of shared values, perceptions, and beliefs with all of our stakeholders. It comes down to how we are making other people feel. At the end of the day, I want every single student to walk out of Rock Canyon High School, and every single staff member, substitute, parent, volunteer, whoever you are, to walk out and say, man, what a great day at Rock Canyon High School. I love Rock Canyon High School. At the end of 4 years, we want our graduates saying, what a great 4 years at Rock Canyon High School, what an awesome time that we had at this school. Okay, if they feel that way, if that value goes up, then we see increased performance, positive behavior, and safety and security. First and foremost, a lot of people will talk to us about academic success that we've experienced at Rock Canyon, and a big part of that is we know what an adolescent will do for a teacher that they love, and we know what an adolescent will do for a teacher that they hate, right? It's about going above and beyond, or doing the bare minimum or even less than that. And so we talk a lot about creating those types of relationships. At the same time, our students have a tremendous impact on each other with how they feel when they leave the building every day. So we have class meetings. We talk to them about how they're treating each other. We're all JAGs. It's a great day to be a JAG for all JAGs. There's not some that are better than others. There's not some that are more important than others. And so we talk about how their interactions leave other people feeling. And at the end of the day, if we're going to be the greatest school possible, everybody has to walk out of here. And we all have a responsibility of making sure everybody walks out of here feeling that it's great to be a JAG. I don't need to get into the employee benefits that you have if your employees love where they work. We know what happens there because we know what employees do for a place that they love versus a place that they maybe don't like as much, right? So that piece carries across all of our stakeholders. It's important that we're encouraging and maintaining respectful, caring, trusting relationships. A big part of this is leading by example with positive interactions, even in the face of adversity. Things are tough. You know, it's high school, right? And so you heard Sarah talk about those middle years. We're talking about the high school years moving into adulthood. They encounter a lot of struggles, a lot of difficulties along the way, and that's part of becoming an adult, as we all know, because life isn't easy. And so they start to learn that a little bit more and experience that and feel that a little bit more. But the one thing that we can teach along that way is that even when life's not easy, even when we have adversity, even when we have difficulties, we can control how we respond to those things and how we behave and how we act through those things. So we spend a lot of time leading by example, but then also talking through those things. It's important that the relationship piece just comes around and around, and it's something that we focus on all the time. I heard seminar brought up earlier about Thunder Ridge High School's seminar program. We have the same type of thing. It's invaluable. It is so huge that kids have a trusted adult, a place where they can go and where we can do a lot of these different lessons. Danny went through a lot of the programs earlier that exist and a lot of the things that we're doing within our schools. And that we always have consistent communication and follow through, and that we're taking care of those relationships. So how do we showcase some of this? What's the delivery look like in terms of how we do some of the things that I talked about? We have RCTV, which if you haven't seen it, it's an excellent news broadcast program, who also do like full-length feature films, PSAs, things like this. They win a lot of film festivals right here in Douglas County, state of Colorado, and nationally. We have one that still is going and winning awards from a year ago. Our student that you saw last year at the Perseverance Scholarship winner, Emma Warford, her story about overcoming anorexia, and the story that our RCTV did on her is still moving forward. But we have class meetings. We meet with all of our different classes as both large group and small group class meetings. I want to echo Amy's compliment about having counselors in the school. Having 10 counselors and reducing that ratio by half has made an unbelievable difference, right? We have a counselor on call all day long, different counselors throughout the day. There's always someone available for a student in crisis, always, without exception. And that's been huge for us. The meeting and greeting, we do community presentations, positive interactions with our stakeholder, accountability for unaligned actions. And so when things aren't lining up with some of our values and things like that, we have accountability. We talk about it. We hit it head on. We go to where that is and we address it. It's important, it is so important that all organizations, and for us at Rock Canyon High School, that we celebrate what we value. When we go out and do a JAG of the month, which we do each month with 8 students, or when we do a staff member of the month, or when we do a community volunteer of the month or the quarter or whatever it is, we are highlighting for our community the great things that these people have done and the expectations that we have for everybody. And I've had seniors in the last month of their senior year saying, I haven't been JAG of the month yet. What kind of Starbucks do you want, Mr. Abner? What do I need to do to be JAG of the month? You know, thinking that I hold the keys to that, and I don't, but the students want to be JAG of the month. And so if they see those positive things celebrated, they strive to achieve those positive things. Perfect example earlier, Mike Adams, right, being the first SRO to win that award, and then look what everyone else did. They want to be like Mike. So, and so we do a lot of that stuff through class. We do a ton of celebrations in our assemblies. RCTVs are newsletters. If you follow us on Twitter and Instagram, good for you. If you don't, you need to. All right? We publish a lot of good news, and as I always tell our families, if you want to know who won the game and you're watching social media and you don't see anything from us, okay, it means it's bad news. We only tweet good news. We only put out on Instagram good news. We're not going to share any negative stuff out there. But we do a lot of different things that do that. A new thing that our staff started is like Spot the Jag. It's a little stuffed jag, and it's got like a cool collar on it, and every staff member gets it, but they get to give it to the staff member they want to give it to each month. That makes the biggest impact in the school. So they're recognizing involvement. We have over 100 activities, 27, 28 CHASA sanctioned sport, plus some club sports. We estimate that we're any given year between 80 and 87% of our population involved in something beyond the classroom. And then our honors night and graduation obviously cap off an incredible year each and every year. The one thing I do want to point out is our moving up ceremony. One thing that I think has been incredibly important for us, just like the celebrations, is at the end of every year we do a moving up ceremony where we come into the gymnasium, all 4 classes, and we recognize the accomplishments of the school that year, and then we specifically recognize the accomplishments of that senior class. A lot of the things that will happen at honors night and graduation. We do that in front of our younger Jaguars, and we do it on purpose so that they can see what the class accomplished and they can strive to accomplish those same exact things, very purposeful. And then it's a huge morale boost because we have the ability to line our staff up in a tunnel and to say goodbye to our seniors in the school one final time. They get to walk out, they play their class song, a lot of hugs, a lot of tears, a lot of validation for our educators for the hard work they put in for these kids. And so that's a really touching moment. And I bring that up last because while honors night and graduation are absolutely incredible, that's my favorite moment right there. So thank you all very much. I appreciate the time and being able to share this with you tonight. Take care. Better not drink that water.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on the water. Thank you. If I could, I'd like to actually have all our leaders, EDOS Vias, can stand up and come up front here real quick. You guys can come stand up. I know you all want to stand from sitting that long. What I do want to speak to our Board of Education in particular about is these leaders are just a representation of the great stuff that is going on in all of our schools. We know we're going to constantly get better. I bet you every one of these leaders will say is the programs of where they are is things they've learned from the past and how they can get better. I can also assure you that is what they strive for each and every day. I've had a chance to be in each one of these schools, get to know each one of these leaders. And our commitment to you and our commitment to our community is we will continue to get better at what we do and evaluate our effectiveness to make sure every student is seen in our building and feels like they belong, period. That's our commitment to you. I can assure you they wake up each and every day as they nod their heads. That's what we wake up for. There's not a minute that goes by that we don't think about how we can have a positive impact on our community, because this place, the reason why it's great, we may not be there with a pay, but I can tell you what, the culture, the commitment, the dedication they have to this community. I've been involved in this education for 20 plus years, and I can tell you how lucky I am to get to work with these dedicated individuals. And so we hope this gave you just a snapshot of the work that we're gonna do, knowing we're gonna keep getting better at what we do. We've done some good things, we've done some great things, but that's not good enough. And I can assure you that's a commitment each and every one of these have. So one, huge, give me a little round of applause for the great work and time they spent tonight. Thank you very much for your time as well. And if you have any questions for us, Superintendent Kane, is there anything you want to say before we jump into questions?
No, I also want to thank our leaders and our EDOS for being here tonight and for giving our Board of Education a flavor of all of the great work that's going on in our system and our system's dedication to our children each and every day. So thank you so much for demonstrating that and for everything that you're doing in your buildings. For the board, you know, I just would like to close this presentation by saying that while you saw a number of specific schools, this is a reflection of the dedication of all of the leaders in our school district and the amazing work that they do every single day for our children. To wrap up the presentation sort of at the nexus where it started, we approved, or the Board of Education approved, the changes to the prevention of bullying policy at the end of May. And so much work is being done across our system. At our last DLT meeting, which I unfortunately missed, sorry about that. At our last DLT meeting, our leaders engaged with the new policy as written, and we're able to review it and have discussions about what that looks like in their buildings, including prevention and including reporting, all of those things. And we, our team is working on, of course, JICB-R along with comprehensive training for the new policy, but that work is already underway. And so again, our gratitude to our leaders for everything that you all do every single day. And so with that, I think we are more than happy to take questions.
Directors, questions, comments? Yeah, that's a whole lot. Yeah. Director Meek.
So I get to thank you first. Thank you, 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 and thank all of you. This was an incredible presentation on a really important topic to our community. I think any family watching and seeing this will have a much better understanding, knowing that each school is unique, right? You serve your own unique community. It will look a little different school by school, and that, you know, parents need to contact the school leader. We heard 9 amazing school stories tonight, and the depth of information that you went into was really impressive and helpful to have. And I know all of you work tirelessly. I know. And I know you have to be at work really early in the morning, and presenting at a board meeting is not your favorite thing to do, probably. So thank you for showing up and giving the presentation. Really, my only comments go back to the data. You know, Sarah, you kind of spoke to my heart with, oh, well, we do surveys, because I think we as board directors were tasked with looking at the entire system. You know, you're in charge of your school, and I think, I have no doubt every building leader is an amazing leader dedicated to their school. We are tasked with looking at the entire system. So that's a little bit different of a challenge. And I know we as a board have spoken about getting those surveys started back that we used to do. I feel safe at my school. I feel like I belong at my school. And I think that's more of a superintendent, you know, issue than a question that I have for any of you. But I really did want to just thank all of you for your time tonight.
Other directors, questions, comments? Director Ray.
Well, my bias has always been that when the practitioners come and talk to us, it's an incredible night. So I don't know who organized all of you to get here, if that was Superintendent Kane, Mr. Windsor, or whoever, but just want you to know that this kind of puts the color on what's happening in our schools. And no offense to our Superintendent Kane and her cabinet, but it's just a very different feel when we get to see all of you and hear your stories about what you're doing in your buildings. And I would just echo all the things that Director Meeks said. We know that your passion and your heart and every student matters in your building, and it's just so reassuring to see that. What I'm always wondering about is what are the things that are your challenges? What are the things, you know, as a board that we can be doing, whether it's through policy, whether it's through just paying attention to funding sources? What can we be doing to help you with the challenges you're confronting? So that's one of the wonderments I have right now.
I think the greatest challenge as it pertains to this, and the most difficult thing to overcome was mentioned a little bit tonight. And I don't really know how you as a board can maybe help us with this, but I know particularly at the high school level, and I assume all other levels are experiencing as well, is the use of cell phones, social media, and kids attacking each other in those realms, doing things behind that platform that they would never do, you know, in person, just as we all might experience as well in our adult lives. And so I don't know how the board helps us with that, but I'd say that's the greatest challenge that we see as it pertains to this subject at the high school level.
I'll piggyback off that. I would say yes, at the middle school level with social media and appropriate technology use. I also think we have a unique opportunity at the middle school level to talk about prevention of substance abuse, vaping, and illegal substances. We live in the world of prevention, luckily, so bolstering that I think would be incredibly helpful. I also think that more education within our community about what constitutes bullying. You know, the kids are getting it when they parrot me going down the hallway. Well, that wasn't reoccurring and there's no imbalance of power, right? So now we need everybody in our community to understand what constitutes bullying, and what is rude, what is mean, versus what is bullying. I think that's another piece of education that we could use some help with.
You know, I'd say one that's obvious, but staffing for us is challenging when it comes to mental health support, when it comes to salaries. I know you know this, but the reality of what these guys are facing in connection and competition with our neighbors, when somebody next to us pays $25,000 more a year than we do, we have multiple elementary schools that can't fill counseling positions for right now, so they're contracted out. Like, those are the variables where we need help, and I get we're doing that with our bonded mill request, but the reality is that's a giant one for our people, huge.
I was going to ditto that as well. I think for elementary school, for me, it's about the people and having a multitude of people and specialists to be able to support kiddos who are struggling. So as I mentioned, having that elementary counselor has made an absolute world of difference, and I have the most amazing counselor. I'm so grateful every day, but for schools that don't have that, it's a struggle hiring those educational assistants to support our special needs students that have some behavioral challenges is tricky when we're short-staffed and we don't have the staff available to support them. That becomes a real challenge too. Also, I think when we get to more intensive levels of behavior, and as a school, we're reaching out to say, we need some help, we're not sure what else to do, calling in our behavior support team. You know, I think we can always use more behavior coaches. That has been life-changing for some of our students to have somebody come in and actually be able to sit with them and coach them and the teacher. I think more of those support staff are really invaluable, especially at the elementary level when we're really teaching a lot of those skills.
I've wondered a little bit about parent education, teaching parenting tips and tricks. Parent University comes to mind, right? But I hear this a lot in the community about giving parents strategies on how to deal with some of these issues that we're talking about, and just thinking about a greater outreach for that, not just the most engaged or the most involved parents.
Other board members?
Yeah, just related to what we were just talking about, you know, I do feel like schools are always, or have always been dealing with societal challenges, right? So mental health, food insecurity, right? I mean, we are kind of at that place where we need to help, but then the challenge is how do we partner, right, with other organizations and parents and others. So the parent education, teacher education, I mean, do you feel like teachers have what they need to feel like they can handle the social media challenges and bullying, you know, challenges and understanding? I mean, do you feel like there's an education component on the teacher side as well? And then I am wondering if any of you do offer opportunities for parents to come in and learn a little bit more around social media or other things.
So we do something with our incoming seventh graders, and many of the middle schools do, where before they start next year, they all come in, we have a big parent and student night, and one of the things that we talk about is, okay, parents, you're now having a middle schooler, which means social media is going to explode in your life. And here are just some things to talk about with your student. So that's an opportunity that we have. It would be great to have maybe a systematized or a common resource to use with parents. That would be really helpful.
Director Myers.
Thank you. I know that when I'm out visiting the schools, I love walking into the schools because I know Douglas County has always been about the whole child, every child, the physical, the emotional, the mental part of every child. I know it's always been a struggle. We wish we could get some things off of teachers' plates. It doesn't appear that that's going to happen anytime soon because there's just so much out there that they're dealing with besides just educating our students. But I know that when I walk into the schools, the feeling of the culture of the school, I see the way parent groups take care of some of the teachers in their school. I see the way teachers take care of teachers in the school, and there's just, I don't believe I have walked into a school that just doesn't have that positive culture and love of the child, love of each other. So thank you. Douglas County's always been that great school district.
Superintendent Kane.
Thank you, President Peterson. I feel like you all are giving the board a preview of the superintendent goals, but you will hear a lot from me in a little while about social media in particular and how we begin to tackle that issue as a community, dare I say, even go so far as to declare war on social media as a community and as a school district. So that is something that is in our future, I believe. It is something that is in the best interest of our children and our staff, and making sure that we clear away all the roadblocks we can to education and to make sure that we take proactive steps to monitor the mental health of our children, because we know that social media has had the research has shown a massive impact on the mental health and well-being of our children, and especially young girls, but our children in general. So, thank you.
Yeah, just to comment on that, and I'll have Director Myers confirm that my number one thing here was devices and social media. So you guys already hit that, but back to the question, what can the board do to help support you in that war, that effort, that battle? Because the devices, so many times we see reports of bullying when it does make it to the board, and it may have happened on school time, or it may be students bullying each other, but the vector is usually some type of device or some type of social media, where it's really not the kid in the classroom punching the other kid next there, but it just goes through social media. So again, operational things will be the superintendent and everyone in this room, but if there's any policy, some what and some whys that the board that you can bring to the board for recommendations on what the policy should look like, so the how can be worked out by all you all. I think that's something that the board would definitely be interested in supporting it from a policy perspective. The second one is actually a very specific question, and I'll go through the superintendent, but it may be for Deputy Hyatt or Johnny if he's still here. Last year we actually made a dedicated threat assessment position, and I know it was mentioned today for threat assessments. It was a best practice that other surrounding districts had, sometimes 2, 3, 5 in extreme cases, people doing that. We just hired that person last year. Could you give us any feedback? Is one enough? I know it's been effective, but is one enough, or are you looking to expand that to assist in the threat assessment around school safety, since we do have safety measures and things potentially on the ballot this year?
Well, thank you for the question, and having our psychological safety coordinator position has been an absolute value add in terms of the support for our schools as they're working through some really intensive circumstances. So is one enough? That feels like a little bit of a loaded question outside of the budgeting process, but we would always find the opportunity to be able to add additional resource in that area so we can expand the supports to our schools.
To add on just to that part, with that additional role, I can't begin to tell you how many different meetings I've been in where that role has been leveraged and utilized within our system. I would probably say almost a number of folks, I will say, standing up here, we've sat in meetings and utilized that role. So it's been a really helpful role, and I think that having some clear direction from Danelle's team about how that can be leveraged has been a really beneficial thing.
Any other directors' questions or comments? Director Williams, then Director Page.
Actually, I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much for the tremendous presentation. Just a few things that really stuck out to me. And I have 3 kids in the district that are at all 3 levels. So I have elementary, middle, and high school, lucky me. And I know that I see these things in place. But the things that really hit me were the trusted adult and making sure that each child feels like they have someone to go to and someone that they can look to. And I can tell you as a mom, I ask my kids that, do you have somebody? Who is it? And they can just rattle it off at the tip of their tongues who they feel comfortable talking to. And that is big. So thank you for that. And then just the serving others before themselves and that sense of community with Wish Week and other things that you do to bring kids together and show them that when they feel good about themselves, they can share that with others. So thank you for that. And then to middle school, my son got in the car yesterday and says to me, "Mom, they came and talked to us about relationships today. And he says, they said red flags. But here's the thing, we are touching those kids because they're coming home and they're telling mom and dad about those conversations. So even though they're rolling their eyes and all that sort of stuff, it is striking a chord with them. So thank you so much for all that you do. And thank you for looking at each kid as an individual and meeting them where they're at. I cannot give you a more gracious, heartfelt thank you. So that's it.
I will certainly echo the thanks for all your hard work. I had to deal with a fun texting issue. My daughter's about to turn 11, so middle school, yes, I'm totally involved in middle school drama, and knowing that, one, we, just as a parent, we have to step up and, in our role, we actually met with the parents of kids that were chiming in and saying some, not so great things over text messaging. And so we buckled down and had those hard conversations like, hey, we need to have coffee, and these are, with supposed friends. But then when you see what's going on, and so, we need to get in the arena with you guys. We should be the first line of defense before it gets to you. So we as parents need to step up. I'm all about, even maybe doing a blue screen pledge with all of us as parents, maybe starting in middle school saying, hey, you know what, after 8 o'clock, it goes in a jar, or it gets turned off, and we actually have eye contact and we have conversations. We play board games, we do things like that. So I think that's one way we can address some of this, as a partnership with all of us. Practically, question just around counselor, what is our current counselor count, and where are the gaps currently right now?
So we currently have at least one counselor in every one of our elementary schools. I can't specify our ratios in our secondary schools, but they're quite good, certainly a lot better than they used to be. 250 to 1, thank you. Thank you for the cheat over there, appreciate that, that's awesome. And as far as where we're at, you heard some of the leaders talk about this, but we do have a few counseling openings that we've had to very creatively fill with contractors, which is absolutely not our preference or ideal for a million reasons, but it is unfortunately one of the impacts of being the lowest paying organization in the metro area in that way. So that is, as I think the leaders have also expressed, that is a significant challenge and barrier to us being able to meet all of the mental health needs of our students, and hopefully it's something we'll be able to get resolved.
Thank you. And then a quick follow-up to that is, outside of paid staff, what is the overall consensus around volunteering? What does it look like for after-school programs and activities? Do we have parent engagement, volunteer engagement? Are we filling those needs, do we feel, as a district? How is that support going?
Parent involvement is something that we're striving to have within our communities. I think the challenge is parents trying to find time, and honestly, to be quite honest with you, it's our kids trying to find times. As we see the amount of involvement with our kids as soon as they get done with the school day, I can say from individual parent, but parents that I've worked with as a former counselor for 15 years, our kids are highly involved. And so it's this balance of when they leave school, and also at the same time, what you heard, and I think Andy mentioned, you have 100 different activities at our schools. What our hope is can we provide opportunities for those activities, sponsors, whatever it may be, getting our parents involved. I can tell you how many times as a principal I recruited a parent to come be an EA, run a PTO, run a club, whatever it may be. And I can tell you each and every one of them have dipped their hand into that jar to say, hey, come on board and come on in. We've got a great job for you as we move forward. So I know there's an active desire for that. And at the same time, it's the challenge of folks balancing time as well.
So, thank you.
Yeah, I would just add to that you heard from a lot of our leaders. They also work on some really creative ways to draw in parents that might not otherwise be drawn in. So Jill talked about how at Southridge Elementary, they have a translator who's there. And so that brings in parents that might have otherwise felt unsure about where to go or who to talk to. So suddenly those parents are so involved and invested because we've provided that access for them. You heard Amy Moyle talk about watchdog dads and moms and grandparents, we always said at my school. But that is a creative way to bring in parents who maybe they weren't looking for the opportunity to put together bulletin boards, but they're super passionate about safety. And so that brings them in and suddenly they're on the playground playing football with the kids. So I think a lot of credit goes to our leaders too, in terms of finding creative ways to fit every parent and find a passion that will meet every parent where they are so that they can pull that excitement into their school. And I think that's a lot of credit to them.
Great point.
Last chance, and we're a bit behind schedule here, but any last comments from directors? Director Meek.
So this is really for Superintendent Kane. I know we, as the board, approved different changes at the end of the year around mental health and academic counseling, et cetera. And we heard so much tonight about the importance of those supports in our schools. Have you received any concerns from the system around policy language changes that we as a board need to consider?
I have not specifically received concerns that I haven't felt like I've been able to address by giving an interpretation or whatever that might be. I think that as we are able to really implement training and get in front of our leaders in the next few DLTs and talk more about the policy changes and the implications in terms of our work every single day. At that time, we'll be able to bring feedback about, how those changes are going. But so far, we're in a pretty good spot. And I'm again, really grateful to our leaders for helping us move that work along.
Okay, thank you to the superintendent, the deputy, the assistant, and the rest of our great leadership and educators up here. 10-minute. We'll have a 15-minute break. We will reconvene at 25 after. We'll come back into session, and we are on item number 7, turnover and hiring data, a 15-minute presentation with 15-minute Q&A.
Good evening to you. Sorry about my voice, so a little under the weather. It is our pleasure to, or my pleasure to present to you on behalf of Douglas County our turnover, hiring, and retention report. And would love to thank all of those individuals who helped put all of this information together annually, from Mr. Reynolds' department, all of the respective cabinet department levels. So thank you. Thank you. As always, it's important to see and know the why behind our work. And so we appreciate our board end statements that help guide and ensure that we are continuing to grow forward and make improvements in order to have the very best staff with us and continue to gather and develop those individuals. You'll see some turnover data from the state and then from Douglas County, as we've shared in the past 5 years. And then some really exciting recruitment data in which we're making strides with and will continue to grow. And we've worked with Mr. Reynolds and the EAC over the last year to receive feedback and recommendations, of which we are incorporating in to the work we have this year and in years to come through our long-term development. As shared in the past, so we'll look at some CDE turnover data. And it's really important to understand that the difference in how this is calculated that all districts do as part of our CDE reporting process as compared to our Douglas County data. So each year, it is a head count and snapshot from December of one school year to December of another school year. So it's a foot in both school years. Whereas you'll see with Douglas counties, it's the clean school year. So we use all of this different data for different purposes and to advise us. Know that CDE considers all employee groups and also charter employees in this data. The really important thing to note as well is that it accounts for also movement between jobs, position changes, promotional opportunities, anything that is a change, and then also includes those that leave the district too. And just know that teacher turnover, there's different employee groups separated out in here. So this is a snapshot of the CDE historical turnover data represented for DCSD. So you'll notice overall we have seen our numbers are up to 23.2%. Again, note that that does include position changes. So when we get to our Douglas County data, you'll see we have a lot of internal movement going on as well. And we know that in time, again, 19.5% for our teachers. And then a lot of our classified groups, our paraprofessionals, other supports, crafts, trades, those are a lot of our classified employee groups. And although the reasons encompass movements and those that leave, it is sadly not surprising in our need to pay more competitively as well. Here is a district comparison just for this data snapshot from December of 22 to December of 23. And you'll know that, if you see orange, that means that we are higher than what we see from the state average. And then green would be at or underneath, knowing that it is our desire and our goal to continue to improve these numbers in time. As you'll note, again, crafts, trades, and services, you'll see paraprofessionals at 32.3%, although you'll look at other school districts that are in the ballpark as well as we are. So a lot of people are struggling in some of those areas. And again, we have that added need for more competitive pay. And then you'll just see other positions in which we have various movement. And so we will shift into just a different snapshot or representation of the data here. And then also, as we break down by teacher, principals, and all staff. When you look at Douglas County's turnover calculations, We do that from July 1 to June 30 of each school year. The purpose for that is so that we can look and reflect upon each school year and make improvements within or the following school year. It just is a different data set to show and advise us of the various reasons that individuals may choose to go. Also know that we exclude our charter groups. We don't have that direct influence over the hiring processes for our charters. And we also exclude our temporary contingent workers and one-year-only contracts, movement and promotion. So it's truly that holistic data of the individuals that are leaving. So turnover by school year, so this is the percentage of our turnover by school year. Noting again of the individual groups down below that we are not including in this data so we can look at our regular employees. And you'll see that from our principal and AP group, we're at 8.6%. We also have 12.7% for our licensed staff, and overall a drop when we isolate it out to people's reasons for leaving. And we'll get to that specific detail in a moment. So this is by school year as we look at various numbers of positions. So thank you for your grace in the data change that we had earlier. So in a previous version, it showed, for example, 2 principals. That data set was based on the individuals that actually left the district. We do have 3 of our leaders who came back in a different capacity. So we're seeing a lot more of that, where we have employees that may leave in their current position and then come back as a 110 or come back into a different position other than their former position. So for example, APs, even though we say 10 up here, 9 of them moved on. However, 1 came back in a different capacity. For licensed, we do see at 433, we have many that came back, around 59, 60, came back in the capacity of another position. That could be a sub, that could be a 110 employee. And the same for our classified. We have 501 who left and about 34 who returned in a different position or capacity. Here are the main reasons that we have right now in our exit data survey of individuals' reasons for leaving. Please know that this is voluntary information, and so this may not account for every single individual who left. And we cannot wait to finally be able to revise and review this now that we have a little more capacity to dedicate someone to these data systems in HR this year. So when we look at personal reasons, retirement, moving outside of Douglas County, career change, better pay, career advancement, continuing education, for a lot of these, as we look at further information, a lot of this points to pay, opportunities, and making family decisions in order to support their families. In terms of hiring. So all of these numbers here represent our hiring data as far as 8/29/23, and continues to change as we speak, knowing that our hiring season has not ended right now. And so new to DCSD, for example, we have 310 licensed, brand new to us as we indicated by their hire in workday, 68 returning, and that total is around 378. And then please note 527 position changes. So that could be position changes within a building, that could be position changes into a different employee group. And we also had, of that information and data, we have, we have over 60 of some of this internal movement contributing to growth into a teacher position. Whether individuals went from an admin role, retired and came back, for example, as a PLS, or we had classified individuals who are on their path or growing into other positions in a licensed realm. When it comes to posting and advertising, again, this is something that we continue to work hard at, and want to grow in, to find any possible way of which we can recruit and advertise for our positions. For example, our in-person career fairs, that's that face-to-face connection. That's where we're yielding the most positive results for school or just coming out of high school. University School of Education panels, that's a part of that recruitment process as well, where we attend and speak to universities. We've even done so outside of the state as well, in areas such as Florida and other locations. And we meet with all the School of Education candidates, whether they are just barely entering into School of Education or beginning to do their practicums in student teaching. And that face-to-face engagement and opportunity is absolutely the most rewarding through that personal connection. And we offer for them to tour our buildings. We'll take them around and show them around and match them up to our wonderful school leaders who also do the same. And we're grateful for all of our district level leadership out of the Student Support Services team and also our school principals who have really jumped in to help us recruit locally and nationally. Again, we are really excited to have our teacher cadet program be expanded in so many different ways. And we will continue to offer them student teaching guarantees and give them that same experience we would when they go into a university program so that we can ensure they come back, and a guaranteed job interview to come back and work for us. Social media job boards and ads, these are the various different places that we currently, it's not an exhaustive list, but we do a lot of different job postings and signage. Our school leaders have put them on their marquees, advertised in their newsletters. And I know our transportation staff and many other departments advertise in other ways too. This is really exciting data in that employee referrals. So from the data that we have, when we ask new hires, how did you learn about us? 715 through a referral. So we really appreciate all the individuals out there in our community and of our employee groups that are encouraging individuals to come work in our great district. Here's another snapshot based on about 306 respondents. So this is voluntary. We would like to make it mandatory as part of your licensed new hire process. So I look forward to changing that for the coming year. And this is details of where we are getting our licensed hires from. And we have shared this in the past in a previous year. So we have a lot of different individuals coming from local school districts. For example, 26 from Cherry Creek, a handful from Elizabeth, Jeffco, so all of those touching school districts, and then other Colorado districts that are not as nearby, and then also other Denver metro area districts. And we have 126 and growing of individuals, licensed hires from out of state. So this only confirms our need to continue to seek any avenue possible to go out and recruit. Funny but not funny, recruiting is a very passionate thing for me, and when I go on vacation, I take my business cards and I am that lady recruiting in the airport, recruiting at a play downtown, and because it matters, it really does matter. This is a snapshot of our licensed hires from out of state. So the lighter blue indicates at least one hire obtained, and the darker blue represents double digits or close to 10. For example, our highest was California, 26 hires yielded from out of state. And we did go to, I want to say, 3 different job fairs in California this past year. That, and it is a natural thing for Californians to come to Colorado. That's not unheard of around in my past experiences. Also Texas, so Texas we had 16. We went to multiple Texas fairs as well. And we have historically, and that is just this continual pipeline, and we have relationships with universities and school districts across the nation, and Texas is one of those strong relationships. Pleased to share Illinois is going down but we still are yielding hires. It's just that they've shifted their retirement and other teaching incentive programs there in Illinois than in the past years. So individuals are tending to want to stay more unless they want to move here because it's just a beautiful place to be, especially in our county. No hires yet at this point from the areas in gray, but we will not stop trying, although not yielded from Pennsylvania. We do go to a consortium job fair in Pennsylvania, of which from other states individuals come. We did gain over this last year, multiple states. 9 states gained than last year from out of state. So we are seeing a change and increase. For example, nothing in the past from, I want to say it's Washington, so we're actually gaining and showing traction of our national presence and our relationships through national organizations. Other interesting hiring data, and a lot of areas to grow here as well. So student teachers, official student teachers from last year, 37. I remember years ago it was 60, over 100. Those numbers just are going down nationwide, just in the teacher prep programs. And we need to see that number go up through those continued community partnerships and university partnerships. We hired 18. We need to be hiring 100% of our student teachers in Douglas County. So we will continue to make strides in that area. Right now, we have 21. We're already ahead of the game when it comes to student teacher numbers for fall. We did see an impact from COVID and just the change that all of that brought from when our student teacher numbers were higher until now. So we're working hard with our universities to continue to encourage individuals to seek teaching, and proudly and selfishly in our Douglas County out-license program, which we are full, we're at 35. So we will continue that type of program as well to develop our current staff into licensed teaching positions. So thank you to Mr. Reynolds' team and that of all of our cabinet leaders who've supported that, and we will continue to. We have 110 employees. Again, our numbers for people returning are increasing, whether from the outside and came back. I'm one of those from years ago, or those in the retiree positions. And 36 and growing of the grads who were wonderfully developed here in Douglas County return to be teachers. And we hope to see, or we expect to see, those numbers increase as we further develop our teacher cadet program. This number has stayed the same for 2 years. It's interesting. So 72% of our employees are residents based on a overall zip code search, and then 28% not at this time. So when we compared the data, it's within, tenths of, it's just spot on the same, which is really interesting information. Years of service. So we started this data snapshot last year, and we'll continue to compare. So last year, our numbers of those that were with us less than 5 years, we had 3,849, and now we're at 3,994. And then the numbers are shifting from in the 1,700 range to 19, almost 2,000 for 5 to 10 years of service. And then over 10 years, from almost 2,000 to 1,600. So the natural progression, but we are seeing more new teachers that we are really excited to develop, and our goal is to hold on to everyone and have a really large number in the giant, beautiful tree of experienced staff. We thank our Equity Advisory Council for their recommendations and the opportunity to engage with them all throughout last school year, sharing a lot of this information and receiving feedback and having a lot of great conversations. And there's a link here that shows their overall detailed recommendations. And so in human resources and amongst respective team members of my cabinet colleagues, We were reviewing and celebrating all that of which has been incorporated in since their recommendations last spring until now, and we'll continue to develop that. For example, we appreciate their feedback and recommendations on reduced base costs for our employees, for their kids, so that they have that support. Also, the free compensated school meals for employees, that is a success right now, and we're hearing that people really enjoy that. Ensuring we have good healthcare benefits, great healthcare benefits, lots of PD opportunities, and grants and scholarships. So we have already exhausted our tuition reimbursement for this school year, and we are seeing our teachers advance on the license pay schedule right now. So we're really grateful to be able to have that opportunity. Again, with recruitment and developing those processes, we are appreciative of that and so forth. So you can see that we'll continue to make those strides and show growth in this area. There is a lot for us to continue to grow and evolve from a long-term strategies development. We have a great opportunity to expand our Grow Our Own programs. And again, with Mr. Reynolds' department in HR, we are working to review and find opportunities to build other branches of our Grow Our Own program. For example, bachelor's program seeking, special education, and other content-specific areas. And then again, there is a huge opportunity to immediately secure our student teachers who are with us now for positions. And then we continue to advocate for and work directly with our licensure department at the Colorado Department of Education. And we are grateful for all of their coaching, support. We have almost daily, we receive phone calls from employees and our leaders asking for just trying to work through different nuances for hiring with different licensure options to secure the best people. And they're very responsive. Know that for further development, whether it's expansion of employee discounts or evolving where we post jobs, we will also, you'll see changes, and it's a priority to revise those systems. It's been years, and it's time to be able to prioritize that time with our small and mighty team to make these changes. Any questions that I could support with?
Directors, questions, comments?
Couple quick ones. One, sounds like, military recruitment. What specifically are you looking to target? Like, say, on a military basis, and maybe spouses, or is that kind of?
Thank you. Yes, that is a great question. It is exactly that. It is our spouses. So we've gone to Buckley Air Force Base. There's one coming up in the spring soon. And so we exactly target the family members who are available and willing to come work with us.
That's great. And then just a quick follow-up to that is, in terms of looking at the markets, it's amazing that we're recruiting from over 40 states. How do you pull them in? It's like, because Colorado isn't necessarily the cheapest place to live compared to some. What's some of your strategy to pull those folks? Granted, just naturally, Colorado's one of those beautiful states for sure. But just interesting in the strategy of how to recruit, especially in areas where they're like, wow, Colorado, is one of the more expensive places to live.
Thank you for that question. And it depends on where you're at. So it's interesting when we go to recruit up north, or for example, Wisconsin, or other places, people don't quite know or understand that it is a sunny, beautiful place most of the year. And I thank our communications team for working with us on the marketing of the great things about our school district and the school district, the county itself. And so to share and help them understand that piece. We also really do care about if it's a teacher coming out, we want to know what supports they need, how can we help their students transition and their kids, what does their spouse do, how can we help with that connection, what other community supports do you need? So it's that really personal approach. And yes, it's no secret that the competitive pay piece has made a huge impact. The lack of competitive pay has made a huge impact. And so from all of these job fairs, it was such a celebration to see individuals apply directly from those job fairs, and we're not able to hire all of them. We are seeing an increase of declining offers due to pay and/or, them selecting a different district for pay purposes. And I'm sure if we had some of our amazing leaders still here with us, and Mr. Windsor can attest to this as well, and so can Ms. Hyatt, the pay piece is a challenge right now, and our applicant pools overall in a labor shortage.
Thank you.
Yeah, quick follow-up. I believe the superintendent mentioned at a earlier board meeting that our offer refusal rate went from roughly 30% to over 45%. So we're just seeing people just, when you push them the offer sheet, they say no thanks. To the other items that are not directly tied to, say, the MLO, I saw that base was one of the great recommendations that came out of our EAC for either free, reduced, or compensated. Is that applying across all of our staff? So, for instance, if we have a nutritionist, if we have an EA, are those benefits extended to every staff member, not just our teacher pool?
Yes, correct.
Okay, excellent. And then the last question I have, I didn't see it up there, perfect slide, thank you, Mr. Blair. Are we still looking at, in the background, I know we have other priorities, some push towards attainable housing and working with our surrounding areas and partners around potentially looking at some teacher, staff-focused attainable housing solution to also ease that burden of the cost of living in Douglas County?
I know that Superintendent Kane will be sharing that. I know from our employee discount side, we have an opportunity in a more systemic way on rent and things like that, local, to help waive maybe a registration fee or something like that. So we are working with our wellness department on reaching out and ways to do that. But in terms of the other piece, I'd love for you to share if you have any further info.
Yeah, thank you for the question. As Ms. Thompson pointed out, we are working on programs that include discounted rent as well as things like discounted mortgages. So really trying to make sure that we're offering our employees every possible opportunity in as far as housing, whether it's home ownership or rent. As far as our attainable housing efforts, as you know, those efforts will continue, later on in the school year.
Other directors, questions? Director Ray?
Yeah, thanks. I almost hate to ask questions because it hurts me to see you talk. So I want to just apologize in advance. If you want to just say later, that's fine too. On slide 5, if we could go back there for a second, I think just for our public, I think the devil's advocate will say, what's the big deal with competitive pay? Because your averages are not that outlandishly different than the state average. Even though we've got some slight percentages. But that's where I think the slide that Superintendent Kane provided that ought to be immediately backed of this are things like the job offers that have been declined, like the applicant pool, the number of applicants that are pooled, or the unfilled positions. So just for our public's sake, I think this slide to me doesn't justify competitive pay. The slide we saw at our last board meeting definitely does. But I just wanted to make that comment for any public that's listening, because I think sometimes we can look at this and go, well, the state average is 22% and you're only 25%. What's the big deal? Why are you so concerned about competitive pay? But it really is about the hiring practices, and just wanted to add that in. The other question I have on slide 11, Amanda, Ms. Thompson.
Yes.
I understand that this is voluntary information. I guess what I'm wondering is, why don't we rely on the supervisor to relay that information every time they have an employee that resigns or retires? Why are we relying on the voluntary information? The reason I ask that is because it just seems to me that we would have more quality understanding of the personal reasons that people are leaving, because I think that's a big category, and who knows what that is? Is it because I'm being relocated? Is it because I got burnt out with teaching? We don't know what that means. So my question really is, why aren't we relying on our supervisors to relay that information as opposed to using only the voluntary data from exit surveys? Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you for, I thought I saw you raise your hand. No, that's okay. Thank you for that suggestion. And I'm happy to get back to everyone on that. Part of it could be, well, one, it's an automated type system in Workday, which needs revision and will be. It's not always the supervisor. Say, for example, in my experience as a principal, I might have someone help me enter in that, my assistant or things like that. So thank you for that suggestion, and we will definitely review that.
I think this is a really critical piece of data for us
Yep.
to really understand, especially when we see the high percentage of people that live in Douglas County.
Yes.
You would think they'd want to stay because they have residency. And so I think that to me is really a critical piece for us to understand recruitment, retention, et cetera. And I think along those lines is I would be interested in knowing how many of our new teachers leave us after, before the first 3 years of teaching. Because I think it's another indicator for us, because I know I've spoken to a couple of teachers who have done that just didn't feel like they had the support necessarily to persevere through some of the hardships of a probationary teacher. So I'm wondering about our probationary teachers in particular. Do we lose a big percentage of those because, for whatever reason that might be? So that'd be some interesting data that I would be interested in as well. So,
Thank you.
but thank you for the
Yep.
breakdown and, it just, again, it's pretty glaring, the challenge that we have in front of us. And I just appreciate all the efforts. I mean, the fact that you guys will go to Texas, I think is remarkable, that you're recruiting in almost every state. So thank you for all that your department does.
Thank you. And I want to pause and make sure that we know and we recognize our school leadership and our district student support services team as well, and our school principals and assistant principals who it is fulfilling and fills their buckets to help join us out there recruiting too. So I just want to make sure that we give credit to all of those individuals. It's a definite team effort.
Superintendent Kane, did you have something?
I do, thank you. Just a few comments related to that. First of all, the supervisor idea is a great idea. Thank you for that. I know I saw Ms. Thompson write down in that systematizing something like that is, of course, key and something that we can absolutely look at. Director Ray, I really appreciated your point about the green on the CDE data. And just for our public and to add to what you said, one of the other factors, I believe, is that the district has made such tremendous efforts, short-term efforts, to retain staff, but it's really important for our public to understand that those short-term efforts are not long-term solutions, and that they were like putting a Band-Aid on a big problem, but that doesn't mean the problem went away. So I actually really appreciate you pointing out the green. That does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that we are in the green. Leading indicators such as that 40% decline rate are extremely troubling.
Thank you.
Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you. Back to slide 11, I do want to just piggyback on that top reason. And really, the sooner we can delve into that, I think the better. I mean, is it commuting costs are too much? Is it the board argues too much? Is it because politics? I mean, there's just so many different reasons, and there may be things that we find out that we can affect, right, and make a difference. I mean, you've said we're at a crisis right now with teacher pay, and I mean, I would say our district's at a breaking point, honestly. And I think this is a very short-term problem, an issue that we're trying to address. And if we could even look further down the road, I mean, the teacher shortage is a nationwide issue. Colorado, I believe, pays the least competitive in the nation. least competitive in the nation when you account for cost of living and all these other factors. So what are we doing to address that, right? And statewide funding, I think, is one area. And so I would love for us to be thinking even longer term, how do we improve teacher funding in our state? Because we can improve our competitiveness locally, and that might help for a little bit. But if our state stays where it is, I think we have long-term issues that we really need to address. So I would love for us as a board to be thinking about that longer-term issue and problem that we have to work on.
Director Ray.
Just a quick question. I know, Director Peterson, you talked about attainable housing and mortgage discount. I know, and I should know the answer to this, and I apologize, but we had some momentum around teacher housing. Can you give us an update or just remind me where that went and where we are with that?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yes, we are, one of the concepts that we have explored is taking land that we are in possession of or can be in possession of and trying to utilize that for some kind of housing that's dedicated for teachers. There are a number of things that would have to be worked out, one of which would involve some legislation, because we would have to be assured that the developer of said project could in fact reserve that housing specifically for teachers or specifically for Douglas County teachers. So that is one of the challenges that we're continuing to work through. And so it's not something that has fallen off the radar, but when we, as board and superintendent, have had some discussions around priorities and time and that kind of thing, I think what I shared was we are going to be more aggressive about that, but likely after November when we get past some of the workload that we have right now. But that is a priority for us, Director Ray, and being creative. It's also interesting, though, I think, to point out that some of the reaction of our teachers, and understandably so, has been things like, okay, it's just not okay that we're having a conversation that says I as a teacher should be in attainable housing. Which is also a very interesting factor, and I think goes towards Director Meek's very valid points about, I believe Colorado is officially ranked 40th, which is terrible. And we do need to pay more competitively, because I know Ms. Thompson and her department have discovered that part of that 40% turn down rate, that rate is actually higher when we're looking at an out-of-state employee. And the reason for that, of course, is that, we're not competitive in Colorado, but Colorado's not competitive. So it's like, being the lowest of the lowest. So all issues that I agree we need to talk about in the future. So thank you.
Yeah, one comment on that. We were presenting to the Parker Mayor and Town Council, and the people that were presenting before us were talking about attainable affording housing partnerships in Greater Douglas County. And one of the things that was noted by the presenter was, based on a $45,000 start salary and an average salary here for our staff of $58,000, even if we passed the MLO 5A on the ballot, the vast majority of our staff would still qualify for 60 to 80% AMI attainable housing. And that right there is a statement about what we're doing or not doing to support and value our staff, all of our staff here. So even if the MLO were to pass, we would still have a vast majority of people qualify for some form of higher attainable housing. Any other further comments for Ms. Thompson before I believe we send her away for her own good? All right, thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you very much.
We will move into item number 8, monitoring report and superintendent goals. A 15-minute presentation and 10-minute Q&A, and I believe as we queue this up, the superintendent will cover this. This is something that we need to attend to per the superintendent contract, and we have to agree upon goals and monitoring no later than October, but I'm sure she'll cover that. But today, this is not for action, this is for info, and we will take further action to approve these or modify them as a board.
Terrific, thank you.
Well, now that I've already told you about half the stuff, we can, no, never mind, just kidding. All right, superintendent goals. So relevant sections, as President Peterson mentioned in the superintendent contract, are under goals and objectives and evaluation. This is, of course, part of the superintendent evaluation process, and the goals should be agreed on prior to the 31st of October each year. So these are our proposed superintendent goals for this year. Now, they're not drastically changed from last year, but the objectives inside or some of the sub-items are changed. And I'm also kind of giving you a preview into what goals for a third year might in fact look like based on the trajectory that we're on. So the 4 goals would be academic achievement and growth. Continuing, we definitely want to, we're so proud of the amazing work our schools have done, and we don't want to take our foot off the gas. And this is a great way that we as a district communicate what our priorities are for our kids moving forward. Goal number 2, same with climate and culture. We've made a lot of strides, and we don't want to take our foot off the gas. Goal number 3 is around the MLO and bond. And goal number 4 is starting to dig into ADBR and really looking at a focus area for us to be able to hone in on to make sure that the opportunities in our school district are truly available and being accessed by each and every one of our students. So starting with the academic achievement goal, we have already established system-wide priorities. They are the same system-wide priorities as last year. The last thing you want to do is like violently move your priorities around. And our system is doing such a fantastic job making such progress. Reinforcing those priorities and aligning systems. We are going next level. So whereas the past year, we were really focused on high-level systems of support and kind of those universal systems. Now we're really targeting, as we look at our core reading programs, et cetera, making sure that we have the resources and support and training for the intervention level of all of our core reading. So making sure that we're really hitting our students with special needs, our students that are struggling for any reason, and that we've really got those interventions in place now that we've done a nice job of implementing at a universal level. Focus on the use of the assessments that go along with those core reading programs to help us target and identify students that need those interventions, and then again, providing that support and resources for our educators to be able to execute on those interventions. We know from our data that writing integration is one of the areas that we really need to look at, actually along with mathematical reasoning and modeling, which is really related to writing and expression. And so really working on helping our, supporting throughout our system the extension of our core reading programs into that area of writing and making sure that we're continuing that work. Again, it's sort of next level in depth. Refining and expanding pathway opportunities for all of our students, and engaging in statewide work around accountability. So as you all know, I am on the State Accountability Task Force. I'm one of 5 superintendents in the state that are on that task force. And one of the things that I have as a goal as part of academic achievement is working within our system to get feedback from our educators and our leaders on their thoughts around the accountability system and ways that they would like to see Colorado's accountability system move, and be able to bring that perspective back to the accountability task force and hopefully have it end in a better product for our state in terms of how we do accountability. And I've given you all a presentation along with our district leaders around accountability and what it looks like today, what it could look like. And we'll continue to engage in that work in the year as I go through the task force process. There has been 1 task force meeting to date. Those are live streamed and recorded. They're open to the public to observe. There's 40-plus folks on the Accountability Task Force, and so far, it's been a great process with everyone truly having the intention of making sure that we're doing everything we can in Colorado to promote better outcomes for our students. That's what we all want. Okay, goal number 2 is climate and culture. And so this is continuing to focus on turnover, continuing to focus on making sure that we are using every creative solution possible to make sure that we're keeping our employees and filling those openings where we are having that decline rate and that low rate of applicants. We need to be able to have the supports. I think Director Ray brought this up, and it was a really good point. We need to make sure that we double down on having the supports throughout our system, because we may find that we're going to have fewer choices in who we hire, so we're going to have to invest in who we hire to make sure that we can take someone from a 6 to a 9, and that we provide what is needed in our system. And we've started that process with our alternative program, but there's so much more to be done in that area. Continuing to focus on all of those important pieces of climate and culture, including communication, exploring creative employee retention strategies, again, using all of that creativity and out-of-the-box thinking to be able to make sure that we are onboarding our future workforce and really setting our kids up for success. Goal number 3 has to do, of course, with the bond MLO, because we're still here. And so just making sure that we've got everything ready for November, some of which has already happened, but that we have a clear and comprehensive and transparent bond and MLO plan, that we make sure that we've educated our community and are continuing to work to share facts with our community, answering questions from our public, et cetera. We need to make sure that we are ready, should funding pass, to immediately execute on the plan, both the bond plan and the MLO side. We need to, if the funding should pass, of course, the bond plan is a very long plan, so we need to make sure that we're ready to get those new schools designed, get all those things in place, and have those things executed. Should funding not pass in November, we need to make sure that we're ready to come to the board with a what now? What is this going to look like for our district? It's not going to be fun, but we're going to do it and we'll navigate it, and we're going to have to come up with a plan on how we work through those extremely challenging realities. That includes, for under goal number 3, and the reason I have a springtime of this school year and over the summer to continue to engage our community, really hone in on what we're looking for, what the characteristics are, and what basis we will use to be able to make decisions. And then in the next year, which is why it's bolded, because it'll become its own goal, we really have to work with our community on what that transition looks like and making those transitions, both on the growth and decline part. Hopefully we're in a position to be dealing with the growth part too. Either way, we'll be dealing with the growth part, because of course we'll have to figure out what the overflow plan for the next 3 years looks like. And then finally, on goal number 4, access to opportunities for all students. So we need to work with our Equity Advisory Council. We would love to have them analyze our data when it comes to access, career and technical education, concurrent enrollment, AP, IB, honors, all of the opportunities that we offer for students. Are our students truly accessing those opportunities, or there are certain groups of students that are being left out of those opportunities? And if they are, let's dig into why and what we can do to be able to address that as a system to make sure that each and every one of our kids has access to the awesome opportunities that we have here in Douglas County. That includes a lot of awareness around our opportunities. It includes making sure that we have baseline data and that we're monitoring that data through our monitoring reports. It also includes looking at weighting honors courses. That's all about access to opportunities for students. Are we inadvertently keeping students from opportunities by not weighing? We need to go through and look at all of that. It also includes financial literacy. Are we truly hitting each and every one of our students with financial literacy in our current state? And if we're not, what are our recommendations to make sure that we're able to do that? And again, the reason it's bolded is that I do think that in another year, this will be a goal, and that is really assessing the impact of social media. Sarah Curto brought up substance abuse. That is wrapped in here as well. So looking at that impact on our students, on their mental health, on their classroom engagement, on their learning, all of those important things, and then creating a plan on how are we going to tackle this as a district, as a community. If we do decide to really take on social media, which I sincerely hope that we will all make that decision together, then we're kind of go big or go home kind of people. So if we do that, we need to do it big, where we are truly implementing an education effort across our parents, our students, and our staff, making significant efforts, and then moving on to what steps can we actually take in terms of district-wide expectations. Director Page brought up a pledge of, we're not going to do whatever XYZ as parents, and then how do we take that to a district level where we're truly giving our teachers, our educators, our leaders permission to put some serious restrictions on what that looks like in the classroom, what that looks like in our schools, and just really thinking of a comprehensive community-wide approach to these issues so that we can be more proactive than always trying to deal with the repercussions of social media on the back end. I believe this is a national issue. I think it's a huge national issue, and I think it's about to get a lot of national attention. And so that summarizes the 4 proposed superintendent goals. And then we have mapping of those goals to the ends. And the monitoring report schedule, the proposed schedule would be similar to last year. For each monitoring report, the presentation goes through in a revised format what the different pieces of evidence that would be included in those monitoring reports. The ones that are highlighted in blue are directly tied to the monitoring that was discussed as part of ADB-R, so that you can kind of see those tie-ins across all of the monitoring reports. And these are updated again based on the format that we kind of agreed on as we went along last year. I greatly appreciate everyone's input into that. So I won't read through them all specifically, but these are all the monitoring reports and the evidence that would be included in those individual monitoring reports. And again, the tie-ins to ADB-R, which is included at the very end. So there's a lot of information, but with all of that, I'm happy to take any questions that you all might have or your feedback.
Yeah, if you could, mainly for the folks listening at home, next steps to be taken on these in the timeline.
Thank you. That's a great question. So assuming that if you all are good with this as written, or if you have some feedback and we can incorporate that feedback, ideally we would have this on the September 26th agenda. Again, if you're feeling fairly comfortable, we can put it on the consent agenda for September 26th. If the board feels like maybe we need a little back and forth, we can do it as another presentation on September 26th at the discretion of the Board of Education.
Other director comments, questions? Director Weininger?
Just real quick, I think these goals are a really good grasp on focus areas for our district. So I really like them, and I am in full support of focusing and tackling social media when that time comes. So hopefully funding passes so that can take up less bandwidth of everyone's time, and we can really focus on helping our community and our parents with social media and all the ins and outs of that, because I know that's something a lot of us are in the dark about. So I think that'd be a good focus.
Thank you. I would add that I think what Ms. Curto said was very applicable, in that each school is they're trying to tackle things in their own kind of way and trying to educate as they can in their own kind of way. But I do think that a systemized approach would be greatly appreciated and supported by our schools as well.
Other directors? Director Meek?
Thank you for the presentation. I definitely appreciate how monitoring has evolved over the past year. On slide number 6, recommendation as one board member that I would have, it would be instituting system-wide climate and culture survey. Did I miss that, or?
No, I missed saying that. Yes, yes, Director Meek. Actually, I meant to bold that.
Did I miss seeing that?
Hold on. It's on. If it's not on here, it's because I was sick. Okay.
Oh, good.
I was about to
Good,
use
good,
the
good.
I was sick excuse.
right.
Yeah, second bullet.
Just highlighting it. Thank
and
you.
actually, I really should have bolded this one because this
Yeah.
is, it's funny how, you do these bullets, but some of them are like, and this is 80% of the work. But creating district-wide
Thank you.
staff,
Yeah.
I
And
appreciate you pointing it out
Yeah,
too.
it does feed into, each school having its own, makes it really hard for us.
Yes.
So, thank you for, I love this. And then if you go to slide number, slide number 8. As we're talking about this impact of social media, I wonder if it's the impact of technology, social media, and AI. Because I think all three of those really are huge. And what I've read around the impact on mental health, it's not just social media, it's actually the technology, cell phone itself, and everything.
Yeah, and that was going to be my comment, is maybe add the devices in there as well, because it's not just it's the tether that our kids develop with their precious. So.
Sometimes we're just as bad. But yes, I am very amenable to that change. And I would even add the addition of substance abuse, because I think that is all encompassed in there. So just to make sure I got it correctly, technology, social media, AI, substance abuse, we'll kind of maybe put all those things in together. Did I catch that?
I agree with all of that.
Okay, thank you,
I think
Director.
those are all great ideas. And then I think if you look at the progression of the monitoring last year, I think they became better at, that defensible measurement piece, right? Which I think is really, really important and helpful to us. I think the area that I'd like to see us think about a little bit more is that reasonable interpretation. I mention that because even the academic excellence is the one that I probably had the most concern that we weren't really delving into quite adequately. And so I really appreciated seeing a focus on, and I don't remember what slide it was, on the, looking at equitable access under academic excellence and really understanding that. So I appreciate the document that you've provided. Personally, I don't think we need the long list of monitoring report data, like the evidence. I think I would call it sample evidence. I just don't want people to think this is the evidence, because it may not be what's really needed at the point in time of the survey. And so if you want to have it as example evidence, that makes sense to me. But I think really more so on really figuring out what that reasonable interpretation looks like is the area of growth that I could see us working on in the upcoming year. And thank you for all your work on this.
I hear you, and thank you.
Any other directors, questions, or comments? Director Ray.
First, I want to just acknowledge just how complicated it is to set goals. Because I looked at all the different data sources you have to work in. You work with board ends, monitoring reports, the strategic plan, the contractual language, your job description, executive limitation, your self-reflection on your own goals, and then the board's evaluation of you at the end of the year. So I bring that up because it's one thing that I regret that I didn't figure out how to fix. Because I think for the superintendent, this is so hard to navigate when you've got all of these convergences of all these different ways. And certainly, as Director Meek will remind us, if we were a pure policy governance model, the ends would be it for your evaluation. The monitoring reports would be it, But we complicate this, and it really it complicates it for me sometimes when I read through these, because I always go to the metrics. So like goal 1, improve academic growth and achievement for students over time. So my question then goes to, well, how do you know that it's improving? I know you used iReady data in your self-reflection at the end of the year for this particular goal. So I just think, as a board, we probably you guys need, after I'm gone, to figure out how to simplify this for our superintendent. Because I just think, there's so many questions. It's like, are these goals for the system that the superintendent's supposed to be setting? Are they a goal for her individually, for her own professional development? When I go back and look at our conversation that we had with you at the end of the year about your evaluation, where does that fit into these? Does that just get said and then we look at it again at the end of the year? So I just want to preface by saying we need to simplify this so that you're not having so many different dimensions that you're having to work up and respond to. So that's just a challenge, I think, for us as 7 evaluators, that we need some major work there. Because I cringe every time she has to do this, because I think, why? I guess is the first question I have.
I'm hearing a great board retreat topic for December.
Right.
My response would be, I would welcome any kind of simplification because it does feel like a lot of overlap.
Yes.
Because in many cases, it's the same evidence. Yes, I would welcome simplification, Director Ray. Thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, so I'm not going to get into too much detail, because I just think that some of this, to me, is the convolutedness of this task for you. I mean, but I would always come back and ask the question, when do you feel like it's time to celebrate with your goals? So when you say you want academic growth and achievement to be improved over time, what's your celebration point? Is it iReady when you see that 50% of our students are making phenomenal growth? What is the celebration point for you in terms of that goal?
So I have a couple of different answers to that. One answer is when our district is recognized as accredited with distinction, because we are so close, like breathing distance close. And so that to me is one indicator, and there are a million details in there. Does that mean that, so at second level to that would be, when would I be satisfied? I would be satisfied when 100% of our third graders are at reading level. That's when I would be satisfied. So you can go ahead and tell me, it might be a while, but that to me, that's a really good thing to hold on to. We have to have every single third grader without exception in our system reading. And so that would be another way to look at it.
And see, my response, that's the kind of stuff I can sink my teeth into. This stuff, it's kind of like, it fits, but I can sink my teeth into accreditation by distinction. And we can all get on board and rally for that and go, how close are we? What do we need to do to get closer, right? 100% of our third graders reading at grade level. Yes, I mean, and that's the kind of things I think that, for me anyway, when we look at goals that we want to really celebrate, is that we get to that metric where we can all celebrate and know that we've hit the mark. I think, as Director Weniger said, these are all relevant to our system, and I mean, I can't think of better categories than achievement, climate, and more money for our teachers, and let's figure out the whole equity issue. So I think the goals are right on in terms of the categories. I just wish that we could get to a point to where we do just like what you just did.
Yeah.
Here's when we celebrate.
Yep.
Here's when I'm satisfied.
The last one is a pathway of success for every single student. Yeah.
Good. Good. And then,
So we're striking everything and just going to those three?
that's right.
Well, we have to throw social media now.
Yeah.
So then on the culture and climate, and I think we covered this by, you bolded the fact that we are going to have baseline data for satisfaction, because your objective is to increase employee satisfaction. And so I think until we know what the baseline is, we can't really metric what it is, how you want to improve that area. Is that right?
Yes, and we do have sources of data, but I think in the end, we would all agree that our own Douglas County specific data is more ideal than the sources that we have today. So it's not like we're completely without the ability to show on improvement year over year in our current state. We have TLCC data. We do have sources of data. They're just not great sources of data. So we're trying to get to a source of data that really is very specific to our community and to Douglas County.
Very good. And I know one of the things, if I might, one of the things that we really, I think, accentuated when we had our conversation with you about evaluation is the whole notion of bullying, racial discrimination, and treatment of marginalized populations. And I think that's going to be covered in your category around ADBR. But I just needed to say that out loud, that to me is probably the most urgent of everything in terms of climate and culture, is that we figure that out. So I don't know if that needs to be more emphasized in your ADBR or not, since that was really a goal, or not a goal, but some feedback that I think this board gave when they reflected on this year, that was an area we definitely wanted to make sure that we were paying attention to. And I think you've got the elements in there. I just think for our community's sake, it would be nice to see us call that out in that goal forward, to say, we are going to attack this issue, not only for social media, but when it comes to marginalized youth, we're going to attack that head on to make sure that they do not feel attacked. So.
Thank you. Yes, it is embedded in ADBR, and if I can think of a way to be more explicit, I can do that.
Great.
Well, Director Myers.
Just a couple of things. I kind of noticed with being on SAG and DCYI post-COVID out and being with kids in the high schools and the groups, there was a camaraderie of belonging. And so I got a little excited at thinking that maybe that social media could maybe start taking a little bit of a back seat. So I hope we don't lapse into that. And I noticed one of the things about SAG last night, we really encouraged our kids to be engaged in their group. And that might even mean putting the phone away. Be engaged in the conversations in your group, and maybe retraining our kids that we have to get back to speaking. And I know Director Ray and we're with a pretty phenomenal group of kids, and so is DCYI. They really do like engaging with adults. And then I wanted to talk a little bit about your simplification. Yes, and yes, for teachers. And I still hear this number of things on teachers' plates. And once we find those things that are successful, can we just work with that for a while so that we're not continuing to put so many things on your plate, our teachers' plates, and get a system going that's, best for you, best for our teachers? And then one of the questions I guess I would ask at this point, I know we felt some, I don't want to say frustration, but whatever last year, the temperature of your cabinet. I know everybody was working so hard. And so are we feeling better this year? Do we have some things to celebrate? I know you're working hard, and I know there's lots going on for everyone. I can't even imagine, but is there a point where we do get to have, even though we're so lean, can we just have some of those moments of, okay, we're getting some things accomplished and going forward, but gauging the temperature of your staff?
Thank you for the question. The climate and culture survey data is far more than schools. It really would. I want my staff to have an opportunity to complete an anonymous survey on how they're feeling in their jobs and how I'm supporting them. I want our leaders, this isn't just it isn't a judgment on our leaders. I want our leaders are part of our climate and culture. I want to make sure they have the support that they needed in a supportive environment created by my staff and our EDOS, et cetera. So this valuing of our employees in this way, to me, goes all the way up the organization so that we can make sure that all of our employee groups, including our cabinet, are feeling good. And if there are steps that need to be taken to make them feel better. But I'm speaking for my cabinet. I hope I can speak for you guys. But we're doing really well. I mean, we certainly are all working a lot. I think November passing will help a lot because all of the things associated with the preparation work leading up to anything like that is over and above the daily work. And so that will, I think, really help alleviate, what we're all going through. But in terms of celebrations, we have many, many, and we do them very often. And I could not be more proud. I could not be more proud of the amazing work that my team does, and they inspire me every single day. They're just amazing. So much of, what ends up in my evaluation or whatever is not me. It is the amazing, amazing work of my team, and I'm very grateful for them.
Any other directors on superintendent monitoring reports? Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane.
If I could, I do want to make sure I captured, Director Myers, your first comment, which was, I think you said you'd like to see part of the climate and culture be something along the lines of helping to ease the burden of our teachers to some extent. So I wanted to make sure I acknowledged that I captured that as well. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 9, the end of the year iReady data reports. We have Mr. Reynolds.
All right, good evening. Thank you, Board President and Board of Directors. It's my pleasure to be able to present this information to you all. You all have seen this before. This has been shared with you via memo along with a full slide deck, but this is our opportunity to really present it publicly and to go through the data from this last spring. One note that I do want you to pay attention to on the front where it says extended window. As with any assessment, assessments have a window of opportunity to be able to take it. We actually included and broadened that to incorporate more data, specifically from March and April into May. So just keep that in mind as you look at the data. Some of the students took this end of the year assessment in late March and early April. And so that's something that we do as part of our interpretation. We're going to start with math because math is alphabetically in order before reading. And also math is probably the most important subject that any student would ever learn. So we're going to start there and just work from there. And I do want to provide some just general statistics. When we look at the performance, it captures around 33,000 students in our system. And when we look at the growth data, you have to have 2 data points for those. And so that number goes down slightly, but we're still talking about 32,000 students, a very healthy representation from our district. And you can see the assessment windows down at the bottom there. We have a color scheme. It is an upside down traffic stop. So the green typically is on the bottom when you're at a traffic stop. We tend to have it on the top. The darker the green, the more a student is performing at or above grade level. And so it's just variations from then. We love green. As with all of my conversations, green is good. So we do like to see the increases of green as we go through. The big thing to understand about iReady is iReady placement is based on performance or grade level standard. That's a big difference from when we took tests or even previous generations of students took tests. This is not like an Iowa basic skills test where students are just simply reading passages. They have to read and respond on grade level standards. And those standards are more difficult because they are aligned to Common Core. So I'm going to give you different representations of being able to look and compare our district data Director Ray, you asked a question about, how do we know we're able to celebrate and how are we able to know that? Well, one way we do it is we show it across multiple perspectives to really truly get a sense of where we are as a system. And so I'm going to give you some comparative data across multiple lenses here. This lens is really from fall to spring. This is a measure of looking at how our students have grown from the fall to the spring. This is a similar pattern we see every year where students come into a new grade level. They're assessed on the end of the year grade level standards for that particular grade. So you do see from spring to fall a drop in performance because they have matriculated up to a new harder set of standards. We do love to see the increase of green. Green is good. So we do like that. We also see the reduction in red, which is also good. So those are the two patterns we love to see. Now, when we break it down by grade level, you can see that this behavior changes at grade levels. There's different levels of performance, but the same pattern appears. It goes from smaller green to larger green, smaller green to larger green as we matriculate through, and as we move from the younger grades to the older grades. You'll also see that there's a pattern of the percentage that's in that dark gets smaller and smaller as we matriculate through. The standards are getting harder as students go from kindergarten, first and second and third grade. We'd love to see those bars green and larger. And so that's part of our work of never being satisfied with the performance. This is a snapshot from our middle school. Again, we're working anywhere between 36 to 3,900 students within this sample. And you can see that the red continues to shrink and the green goes larger. This is a different look. This is one that we're very, very curious about, which is looking at our performance based on the overall norms and looking at how our distribution has changed over time. This is really looking at our own performance over time to see how were we before 2020 and also comparing us to last year. So we like to see how we've been doing since the pre-2020 time period. 2018, 2019 really is the last undisturbed school year that we've had. And then the disturbances kicked in. So that's been kind of an anchor, and you'll actually see that as a national data-wide sample. So the similarities here between the math pre and post, they're very, very close, which is very, very unique for us as a district, that they are close. Many districts don't have that close of alignment between the pre and the post. Especially in mathematics. Mathematics is one of those where direct ongoing instruction is such a key to performance that you don't often see this level of continuity when we've had disruption in that explicit instruction over time. So it's a great celebration. This is a snapshot across grade levels. You'll see that there is some variance between our performance before and after from 2018, 2019. You'll see some that are increasing, some that are decreasing. Again, as we disaggregate this data more and more, you see more variations within that data. But again, we like to see the continuity across time, but there still are certain grade levels that we're keying in on to find out what's really going on. Take second grade, for example. Second grade had a 59 before, and now we're at 53. Our short-term trend is great. We've gone from 51 to 53. But we're also taking stock of looking at what's really happening at second grade. There's some key concepts within mathematics at second grade, some key ideas that we know require more direct instruction, and you see that pattern at some of these grade levels. Fifth grade is another example of that, where there's some really heavy concepts, some proportionality and things like that that do show themselves at those grade levels. This is this middle school, which is their 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. You see that there's a dramatic change, especially when you get to 7th and 8th grade. You start to see the introduction of more abstract thinking with algebraic thinking. And that's a big focus area for us to continue to get students ready, algebra ready by the time they're in 8th grade. Now we're going to start looking at our comparison to national norms. This is another litmus test to see how we're doing as an organization. They have two different national samples that we're going to look at. One is their national norm sample from 18-19. They renormed their data on the last uninterrupted year of testing. And then they also looked at the year to date to compare us to the rest of the nation last year. So it's last year, the rest of the nation, and also our anchor year, which is 2018-19. You can see in both cases the national norm and the national year-to-date, our data is much better. It's much more green. Green is good. We like that. This is that same snapshot across multiple grade levels. You can see from kindergarten all the way through 5th grade, how do we compare to the national norm, and also how do we compare year-to-date. Again, those are large sample sizes for both the norm and the year-to-date. And this is how our middle school is doing. Ironically enough, middle school, you'll see 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, the year-to-date are nationally. The impact on mathematics has been devastating in the nation. As a nation, we're going to have to address this. This will be something that there will be a reckoning as a nation on how we handle the direct impact of mathematics instruction during those 3 or 4 years. And if you ask any teacher, they'll tell you that they notice a difference between the performance, especially when you start getting into the higher grade levels. This is another sample. This is a quadrant plane that shows our comparison for both growth and achievement. We love high growth and we like high achievement. And so the more we can get ourselves in this quadrant on the upper right, the better. The good news for us as a district, we are firmly in that quadrant. So that would be considered high performance and high growth, which is what we want. The further and further we get to that upper right, the more satisfied we'll be. And we like to have them all clustered together and moving in that direction, which is wonderful. And so that's a very unique thing for us. Most districts aren't in this position where they're in that upper right quadrant, which is wonderful. So our kids are coming in and they're performing compared to nationally, and they're also growing more compared to nationally. So, which is great. We've continued that growth trend, which is really, really good. This is a new representation that came out just several years ago. What this does is it looks across the entire performance spectrum, the placement. So on the left, you can see that inverted stoplight of all of the different placement levels, and you can see all the different grade levels. And what this shows is it shows the median growth within each one of the grade levels and those placement levels. What we'd like to see is we'd like to see that value to be over 100% across all of them. And they are. Notice that there's a key at the bottom. They actually introduce different colors for a key. Our district doesn't have those other colors because we're growing across all levels of placement, which is awesome. That means there's not a specific group of students that may be performing differently than others that are not growing like other groups. Now, something that's of interest for us is the further you go down, we'd love to have that number go higher. The larger that number is in the bottom, the more that they're able to catch up. So we're monitoring some of those low values on the bottom to make sure that we can get that higher so that they have an opportunity to catch up. Because this represents typical growth. And these students in the bottom 3 categories, we do not want them to have typical growth. We want them to have more than typical growth so they have an opportunity to shift us up into the green categories up above. This is a more nuanced look. This is looking at the different standards for math. So on the left, you can see there's number and operations, algebraic thinking, data measurement, and geometry. These are the different standards for mathematics. This allows us to look at our performance year over year to see are there specific standards within mathematics where our performance is going up or down. This is an opportunity for us to see from a large-scale curriculum aspect, are there specific areas within the curriculum that we may need to celebrate in terms of having lots of growth? Those are the darker colors. Or in the lighter cases, are there specific areas where we need to call attention to it? This is kind of unique too, that it weights equal access to all of these standards. But in any given year, some of these standards are more important than others. For example, when you get to 7th and 8th grade, it's more important to have algebra and algebraic thinking be higher up on your list. You're doing less number and operations and more algebraic thinking, which it's just an interesting way of looking at the data. This is looking at cohorts of students over time. This is looking at their median percentile rank as a whole group. So this is taking all of our students that qualify that we have data from. So you can see our N sizes drop to like 2,000 because we have to have a history of testing with all these students. Again, that middle number is the 50th percentile, Anything above there is good, because that means that cohort of students are continuing to perform at a high level, even across 2020, which is a curious point what we had, and that's why we had them run this data to see, are these students maintaining that higher level of performance even across 2020? And you can see the same thing for 7th and 8th grade. Now this data set, because we're looking longitudinally, we don't have the earlier grades. We're looking at 4 through 8, that one cohort as they matriculate through from kindergarten on up to the later grades. We're going to transition to reading, and we're going to look at very similar data here. Again, we're looking at 33 to 34,000 students with growth being of 33. The inverted stoplight, we see that reading has better performance than math. This is something that we would expect because reading, by and large, is easier than math. Just nationally, across the country, this performance on reading standards is much easier than math. But our sample there, 57% is a very large number. Curriculum Associates often reaches out and asks, what are you guys doing differently to get these kind of numbers? And then when you add the early on grade level 2, that gives you a really nice sample size of where we are as an organization for our reading. This is that same snapshot from fall to spring to show that progression. Fairly massive increases across several of those grade levels between where they came in and where they exited. When you're able to double and triple and quadruple those numbers, that is really great. That means those students within that given year are coming in with little to no mastery of those grade level standards, and they're leaving with more mastery of those standards, if not full mastery. Again, this is our middle school, 6, 7, and 8 across that same domain. This is the placement distribution over time. Normally I like climbing stairs, but because this is inverted, I like going downstairs here because our percentage has increased. Before 2020 and 18-19, we were at 53%. Now we're at 56%. So our stairs have continued to go. Moving our organization 1% is massive. 1% in our organization is massive. That's like moving an entire elementary from one color to another. It's a fairly massive jump to have some perspective. And then you can look at this over time. Again, you see some interesting things with our data across different grade levels. Like our first grade, going from 61 to 71 is a pretty big celebration. It gets us closer and closer to the idea that Superintendent Kane just talked about, which is getting us by third grade, getting more and more of those students green. Green is good. Get more and more of those students into that realm of being right on grade level. And we do see some fluctuations in other grade levels, but by and large, between 18, 19, and where we are now, we've seen some gains. Us compared nationally, this will give you a perspective of just how far we are apart from where the nation is on this data set. Between the national norm and where we are, it's pretty amazing. Almost 20% difference, which is pretty crazy considering that was pre-2020. An interesting way of looking at it. Then across the board, some of our grade levels are really, really doing some wonderful things across the board in terms of their performance. And this is the same placement distribution for grades 6, 7, and 8. And you can really see, again, the impact middle school, those students nationally from middle school level, of just how impacted students were when you look at the changes between, take 7th grade, from 31 to 23. That's a massive decrease. And to see our numbers in comparison to that really is a celebration to our students, to our families, and to our teachers on just how far we've come in the last couple of years. This is an interesting one. Again, we're still in that quadrant. In math, we were closer to the intersection where the quadrants were. Now we're further up and to the right. This is exactly what we'd like to see. Is the cluster is great and we're moving. 6th grade is really interesting. That's not drawn to scale. 6th grade is way off of that chart. They had tremendous growth, which is wonderful. And it gives us data folks plenty to chew on in terms of why 6th grade had that level of growth and why are they such an outlier and not clustered with the other ones. So we've got lots to dig into and celebrate there. This is across the domains of literacy, looking at different standards. Again, the darker colors means that we've increased year over year. There are some colors that are fairly light, which gives us an opportunity to really dig in and see, are there specific skill areas or specific standards or domains of literacy that we may need to call attention to. The interesting thing about looking at this data now is we can juxtapose this data with our CMAS data and really look at not only patterns within iReady, but looking at another assessment and juxtaposing it opposed to this to see if the same patterns are revealed across standards. Again, blue. Green is good, but blue is better. And especially that dark color. And when you look at sixth grade, for typical growth, the median was 250%, which is absolutely fantastic. And then when you go down to the bottom and you see even students that were 3 or more grade levels behind, it was 179%, which is absolutely phenomenal, that they're able to maintain. And we have no other color here except for the dark blue, which is great. And it gives us lots to celebrate, but we have much work to do. And I'll talk about a little bit of that work in just a minute. With math, you saw a bunch of 60s. With reading, we're seeing more 70s now in terms of that percentile rank, which is great. We'd expect that number to be higher because there was more green that we saw. Again, middle school, again, above that 50th percentile, which is wonderful. In the appendix, this is where it starts getting really interesting. To disaggregate this across our federally identified subgroups, this is juxtaposing two things on one slide. You have the relative placement, which is the stoplight. Now it's laying on its side. But we also have the growth data associated. So not only how are they placing, but how are they growing? Now the growth, the darker that color, the better. And the unique thing here is when you look across our subgroups, there's only one subgroup, which is our Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander, which only has 39 kids in it, just as a sidebar. That's the only one that's not in this dark color, which is wonderful. Again, you saw it previously when you looked at placement domains and growth within placement domains across grade levels. Now we're disaggregating across student groups, and we're seeing that they're still dark blue. This is very, very unique for us in Douglas County, that our subgroups continue to be above that 100%. Now that 100% is the median, which is really important. That's pretty amazing that it's that high. We also looked at the relative placement for Hispanic or Latino. Again, we're still in the blue. Now, when we go back and look at this data, we obviously have some things to work on when we look at the color distribution, to really dive in to see the color distribution among these different groups. The great news is we've got growth. And that growth, we're getting that growth in that nice dark color. So, celebrations, but still much work to do. This is the Hispanic Latino. Just like any other federal forms, it's a decision tree. The first question you fill out is Hispanic or not. If you check yes, then the rest of the questionnaire doesn't matter. It does that as an entry, and that's how this data is reported. This is the relative placement for our special education students. You can see that we have placement. Obviously, we've got some work to do with placement, just like we did with the previous slides, but you also see the growth. Our growth are still blue, which is wonderful, again. So celebration, but yet we still have work to do. This was math. We're going to transition to writing and reading. Again, blue, which is wonderful. And when you compare this, these numbers in this category are higher in reading than they were in math. Again, we're still recouping from this idea of providing intensive, explicit instruction in mathematics consistently. So we've got some work to do, but this is wonderful that we've got all of these groups that are in blue. Very strange. This doesn't happen. Many districts, when they look at their data, don't have this level of disaggregation and growth across these disaggregated groups. Again, this is Hispanic or Latino. Again, that number, I mean, it far exceeds 100 for both yes and no, which is really, really good. And then this is for special education as well. Again, it exceeds that 100, which is awesome. That's really a non-technical term, awesome, but it is really good because it is above 100. English learners, this is another set that we do pull in. Again, it's above 100 for your growth, but we do have plenty to work on in terms of our overall placement. So the idea of introducing universal instruction across the board, it's wonderful that I get to follow Danny and Danelle all the time in speaking. One, because they talk about all kinds of stuff that is in reference to things that I do, and I don't have to say it again, but I can refer back to it. When they talk to IMTSS and talking about establishing universal expectations, I know tonight was about behavior, but academics are no different. It's about establishing what your common expectations are academically. Now, a core program is a core program is a core program. It's the people that matter, but what the core program does is it establishes what those baseline expectations are and those resources that support that base level expectation. So in thinking about the implementation of our core program, last year was year one in our implementation. Our staff are still trying to get their heads wrapped around these programs because these programs are in huge detail and there's a lot of materials that come with them because it's universal instruction, independent practice, intervention programs, additional resources, and independent practice all the way through. So this year, we're going to continue with that, continue to work with our elementary schools to really look at their universal programs, but also thinking about incorporating this is really reading, but there's also writing that we have to wrap our head around, which is the difference between this data and CMAS. CMAS has writing, this does not. And so there is that difference that schools are starting to identify. Higher order thinking skills, most test vendors, the way that they get to it is they have you write. That's the way that they can really get into the mind of students to understand if they understand higher order thinking skills. So that writing component, most of the schools are identifying that as an issue. And that really has to do about the rigor of our instruction. And so that's a lot of the focus that you've heard Superintendent Kane talk about in terms of a focus area for us. It really is in writing. The other thing that we talked about tonight was turnover data. Now, turnover data impacts us on the academic side on 100%. As you have turnover, you've got to retrain people on all of the things that people learned last year. So when we talk about the implementation of a core reading program, it's no different. Anybody that comes in new, we have to reestablish that baseline and also get them caught up to where their other colleagues are in the building. So it's one of those things that it's wonderful that we have this continual focus on reading and literacy because we have two ends of the spectrum in terms of professional development, those that are new and those that are with us. And so it's really, really interesting. One question that I have been fielding quite a bit is on math. People look at the math data and say, well, why aren't we spending more time focusing on math? And we are. We do have 2 approved programs that predominantly are in our schools. They have resources that support this work as well. But what we're noticing is writing and reading are also impacting our math ability because the math that the kids take now, it's not like when you and I took math. It's not, 2 plus 3 gives you 5 and that sort of thing. They actually have to do complex thinking and apply, and they have to apply it in novel situations, and they have to read and write. And so it's a little bit different. So our data for math is going to continue to be improved the more we focus on reading too, but we're not letting math go. It's still providing some professional development in that as well. All right, that's more talking than I thought I was going to do. But I'm open for questions.
All right, Board Directors, questions, comments for Mr. Reynolds regarding the end-of-year iReady data?
I got a quick one. In terms of, you maybe give a bit of clarification between like the light green and the dark green in terms of what does it mean to be early on versus the mid or above grade level?
Yeah, so the 2 things means students are accessing grade level content. It's at what level are they accessing the grade level content? So someone who is accessing in the green means they're exposed to grade level standards, but they're not mastering as many of those standards as someone who's in the dark green. So they're still accessing grade level standards, but they just don't have the quality of mastery that the ones that are a mid or above.
Director Ray?
So when a curriculum associates does call you and ask, what are we doing differently to get these kind of results? Can you give me a quick summary of what you would say?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that we have. One is our environment is wonderful. That's one thing that I do have to acknowledge. Great kids, great staff, great parents. So that's one thing. But then things that are in our action, in our wheelhouse. One, with the state's emphasis on evidence and research-based strategies for teaching reading, that has helped us in the lane of reading. The second is the approval and purchase of core programs to support. The bane of my existence is teacher pay teacher. It is the bane of my existence. Because those things are great. I mean, teachers can go out there and buy different resources from one another, but those resources aren't always steeped in to this academic standards. And it also puts a strain on our teachers to have to buy things independently. So to have a quality, state-approved core program in our systems, in our elementaries, has made all the difference in the world, not only because it provides them access to resource, but our conversations are different now than they were 2 years ago. The quality of conversations about student learning has now shifted because they're no longer searching for the next resource. We're actually talking about what are the standards that you're trying to associate? What are you guys seeing when you administer the same assessment, when you're doing the same activities? The depth and complexity of what we're asking students to do, it's really hard to do that when you don't have the same resource.
Yep. One of the things I noticed, we started off the board meetings this year with the Readtopia program, which was the science of reading targeted for our students with mild or moderate and severe special needs. We also started off the year with a big focus on professional learning communities, and you can really see how we're following that IMTSS framework from universal. Now we're getting into targeted, and we're moving towards the intensive interventions. And can you comment on the role of PLCs as a focus in accelerating both our growth and achievement in learning and math, not just within an individual school community, but across feeders?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that structure, the professional learning community structure, really helps facilitate targeted conversations about student learning. And that structure is such an advantageous position to be in because it's focused in on student learning. And that shift to focus in on student learning and looking at actual evidence of student learning really helps just refine our craft. Other companies, like in the medical profession, medical doctors get together and they talk about their patients and they talk about what they've experienced. This is no different. We're talking about student learning in light of the standards, in light of the resources. It makes those conversations very targeted, and it gives us a systemic approach to improve student learning that we would not otherwise have.
Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you. It's always fun to watch your enthusiasm as well as you present. I mean, it is something to celebrate and really amazing. I know it shows, it compares against national data. Do we ever compare against international benchmarks on any of our assessments?
We do in samples. So we do participate in NAEP, which is the national assessment, which allows us to benchmark. My challenge is always access to data. This company will give me the national data, but they won't always give me the competitive data that I keep asking about, because I want to know locally. I'm very competitive that way. I also want to know compared nationally. The interesting part about our comparison, which is why there's only a few tests that do this, is that every country has a different set of standards to be able to benchmark against. And so there are a few opportunities for us to look at it, but we do look at things like NAEP. We do look at things, SAT is a good one for us to look at because we do know that some students from other countries participate in that. This one's pretty unique in that we present this to you all as a district level snapshot. This assessment really is diagnostic in nature, and so it's really designed to identify the strengths and areas of focus for students and to elevate this up as a little bit interesting, because really the most exciting part about this work, you guys will find this amazing, presenting spreadsheets and data charts is really not the most exciting part of my day. It's really doing the hard work that gets you that data. And so to look at cross comparisons of this are only limitations of what data I have access to.
Just quick, a couple more questions. I was just curious, I know we're an outlier, right, with our performance and how we've done pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. I'm kind of curious if you've seen other districts across the nation that have performed similarly. I don't know if you have access to that kind of data, but it's just interesting to try to understand, and I heard the reasons that you gave, and I think they all make sense. I just was really curious if we have other districts. But lastly, we don't, when we break out into the different subgroups, show national comparisons for subgroups. Are we able to do that?
That is something I can certainly ask them to do, to be able to look across. The challenge with the subgroup comparisons is not all districts feed that demographic data into the system. This is really an option that we took advantage of to fill in the student demographics. So I wouldn't know the sample size. It's something I can certainly ask them to be able to divide into that. And as for a comparison, when we last met with them, I did ask them to say, can you give me a like comparison for us to be able to look at to see if we can find a scoring peer, for lack of a better word, to look at their data and also look and talk to those people about what did you see. The challenge again is they're less likely to give me data from another district without that other district's permission. So I've asked. We'll see if they'll able to.
Yeah, I just think it would be very helpful to do the comparisons on the subgroups if we can do that. I know schools do their data walls and they care about each and every student, and I think just being able to even see nationally what that looks like in a snapshot would be really helpful, and I think it would just be more complete data. So I do think if you could ask and see if it's reliable data, I think it would be a good data set to have.
And I do have a guess. My guess is our comparison with the demographic subgroups, we would be more green. That would be my guess, but I need to get confirmation.
Other directors? Okay, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. And by the way, celebration, but a little bit more work to do, I think is exactly spot on. So thank you. All right, moving into board engagement plan update. I believe we have directors Meek and Williams talking about where we are with our engagement updates.
Means not it. Yeah, so we have we have a red line copy, but also a cleaned up copy because it's kind of confusing when you look at the red line. Just to give some background, the Community Connections Plan is something that was introduced last year. The whole idea is it's an opportunity to have two-way engagement with the community, right? We have public comment, but public comment really isn't perfect for us to engage in dialogue. So the Connections Plan was launched with the goal of meeting with representative groups of different stakeholders that are prioritized. And it's meant to be a 3-year perpetual plan. So we will continually evolve, and we're a massive district with a large community. And so realistically, trying to touch stakeholders is a multi-year effort. And so that's why we kept year 1 data in here, so you can see those stakeholder groups that were touched last year. And then we have year 2 on page 5 of the clean data, or the clean copy. And what is it, I think it's page 5 of the markup as well, where we outline various stakeholder groups to connect with. We talked about this at the retreat on July 31st. And I think we all agreed on the stakeholder groups to reach out to. We put some ideas for timing in here, such as first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, trying to reach out to everyone. We do need to work with staff to get things scheduled and moving forward. So we need to get going pretty quickly. The one thing that we really needed to hammer out a little bit more was talking through the list of questions that we would engage with the various stakeholders on. Something that we talked about at the retreat was we have our ongoing committees that we engage with, and it really doesn't make sense necessarily to ask them the same exact questions. And so something that I don't think is in this draft is a potential revision to the mission vision, which was something else that was talked to at the retreat. But seeing it on tonight's agenda, I realized that makes a lot of sense for engaging our committees. But with that, I'll just be quiet and let people, well, Director Williams, maybe you have additional information?
I don't have additional information, but I do, I know that at the retreat, we had talked about the questions that we currently have, and I know that this is supposed to be a 3-year plan, but is it realistic to wait 3 years to make decisions on mission and vision? And should we focus on something else, since we're gonna have that conversation tonight? I feel like one kind of has to happen before we can decide what to do with the other, but I think that definitely we should consider what questions we want to ask the community, depending on what we decide with the mission vision conversation later. And it is my intent to get an email out to the board, hopefully within the next week or so. I will work with Director Roush about finding some days that are open for different locations to have some of these, and then hopefully we can find times that all 7 of us are available to meet with whichever group we're going to be talking to at that time.
Other directors, questions, comments about the engagement plan? Director Ray.
Just a couple of things. I was just thinking about what Director Williams was saying about the questions. And I'm wondering if we can maybe work together with Superintendent Kane, who's also wanting to do a climate survey by the end of the year. And I just wonder if part of our questions could be to ask these populations, what questions would you want us to ask you? So as we're kind of thinking about developing that survey, that we have some input from people that would actually take the survey about questions that they may want to answer. So I'm just wondering about if there's a way to dovetail some things. The other thing I'm wondering about, and it's a little bit out there, but one of the things that I think we're behind on is we were to have some open forums around the social studies standards, the new social studies standards. By law, we were required to have open forums, to have community talk with us about that. And so I don't know, again, if there's a way to dovetail some questions into things that we already need to do in terms of engaging with our community. It just seems like we might be more efficient than just asking some real basic, very general questions. So that was, I guess, my thought, so.
I'll go to the superintendent if you wanted to respond to any of those.
Thank you. So one of the efforts that our staff, as I think you know, have been taking is that we are establishing a curriculum advisory council, and that curriculum advisory council would serve the role of reacting to the social studies standards.
Yeah, the law talks about the board offering open forums. So that the bill that actually adopted the new standards talks about the board needing to do that every 6 years. So it's not so much staff's job, I don't think. And my interpretation of the bill may be incorrect. I mean, I think we just need to delve into the, my point isn't, my point is just that if we can look at ways to be efficient, So if we already have responsibilities to do things to engage our community with, that we incorporate that into the plan.
No, and I was just going to echo, I think Director Ray's suggestion is spot on. If we can use more vectors and vehicles to get the feedback, the better. We wouldn't want to just limit ourselves. I really enjoyed the board conversations with some of our stakeholder groups last year, but if we're going to be doing surveys, again, we don't want a 40-page, omnibus, but if we do have those targeted things, especially if anything's required by statute or there's other areas, combining those and just breaking them off into sections seems to be a good practice for us, not just fiscally responsible, but valuing people's time to give feedback to the board. Relative to the question of mission vision, I know we have the mission and vision here in the engagement plan, but it's more to set up as a reference to the targeted questions around critical outcomes, significant challenges, and I think we all have to constantly ask those questions because just by the time you capture 1 year's worth of data, funny enough, those things are shifting with the things in the economy, so and other issues. But yeah, I can only support Director Ray's comment for let's see if we can consolidate some of these issues. Superintendent Kane, what guidance would you need from the board on input from that survey, or any surveys you would be doing? Obviously, comms will work some things on the next agenda item. We would expect comms to include a big window for stakeholder and community feedback on mission, vision, things like that. What specific input do you need from the board to help guide you on any future surveys around this community connections plan?
Thank you for the question. I think Director Ray was spot on. It would be very helpful to just have an open-ended, what would you like to be asked on a parent survey? That would be terrific. We are also engaging in that work with our leaders as we consider developing, as we work to develop the surveys that we spoke about on the goals. So I think that would be a great suggestion. So I appreciate that.
And Director Ray, just for my own clarification, are you proposing to have kind of an initial survey of asking people what we should ask them in follow-on surveys? I mean, we are talking potentially about a survey, correct?
Yeah, I mean, a few years ago, when we used an outside, I think it was Corona, they did kind of public meetings to really begin to look at, first of all, what are the themes? And then from that, we evolved into what questions then should we be asking our community? So I don't know if it's just a survey about the survey as much as it is trying to capture what are the things our community really values and would really want to give us their thoughts about. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. I thought that's what you meant. Director Meek.
Well, just related to that, on page 4, it has the following strategic plan themes are prioritized by our community and staff, and it kind of outlines it. And then other community perceptions for improvement opportunities. Are there other improvement opportunities not listed? Are you thinking of it being this high level, or are you thinking of more a question you would want to have on a survey, which would actually get into these areas?
Yeah, what I don't know where we are, and Superintendent Kane, maybe you've had thought, I mean, I know we've had mono focus on passing the bond in MLO, so I don't want you to think that I'm thinking you should have already thought about this stuff, but, we're at a point where we really need to renew our strategic plan. I mean, it's done its course, it's been a 5-year plan. And so I think, the themes that we're trying to align to may not still be relevant if we are looking at launching a new needs assessment to determine our strategic plan in the future. So I think we're kind of in a gap right now, so I don't know that I would advocate that we would ask questions about these things as much as maybe it's a precursor to get us to a place where we launch the whole strategic plan process again, so.
Yeah, thank you. I think what we had spoken about at the retreat was as the board works through the board ends, that's kind of that step 1, and then the very next thing is launching into a strategic plan process. Thank you for that, and I agree with your comment. Thank you.
Any other directors?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding, since I'll probably be the one revising this. What I'm hearing is probably take out that section that I just mentioned and replace it with, what questions do you believe you would want to be asked in a climate survey to help get at important areas to you? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what exactly we're asking.
Director Ray.
Yeah, it might be helpful for us to go back and look at how the strategic plan was initiated, because I'm kind of fuzzy right now, but there seemed to be kind of that pre-time where we really talked with all our stakeholders about themes. And it might be good to go back and, because I think it was Marlena Gross-Taylor who really led that process. I thought she did a really nice job at launching that and really systematizing how that would evolve. So I'm almost wondering what that first step looks like in terms of gaining an understanding of the themes that a strategic plan would respond to. But I know that's being very vague and not.
Yeah, I just feel like there's two different things we're talking about. Like, one is a strategic plan related, and the other is climate survey. Director Williams is trying to talk.
Director Williams.
So I think it's important to look at what groups we're targeting this year too, because it's not, right now we have charter school governing boards, senior citizens or citizens without students in our schools, and then young parents not yet in the district. So I think that looking at the groups is going to be an important thing of developing questions, because if we ask charter schools, what do you want us to ask you? And then we ask senior citizens, what do you want us to ask you? We are going to get polarizing results. So what do we need as a board to be engaging our community, and what questions are going to be helpful for us when we're looking at the 3 different groups that we're looking at for this year?
Which kind of gets us back, like, the purpose of this plan is really around ends development. So as an organization, what is it that we are looking to achieve, right? What should we be accomplishing? And so we do want to hear from every stakeholder group, right? And that will look a little different. I do think the strategic planning is probably a little different, right?
I think, it sounds like this is more of a precursor. There's a little more pre-work to be done. That seems like a follow-on. Go ahead, Superintendent King.
If it's helpful, Director Meek, perhaps that question around the strategic themes, perhaps what you could consider laying out there are your board ends, if that's the work that you're kind of engaged in. So instead of saying, here are existing strategic themes, you could say, here are existing board ends, and let them kind of respond to those or add, or just a thought. I hope that's helpful.
Okay. Any other directors? Do we need a 5-minute quick break? We've got discussion of, funny enough, mission vision, then we've got board reports, and then we have a potential executive session. Let's just do a quick Christy Williams-esque 5 minutes break. It is now time 27. We will come back at time 32. or the meeting of the board will come back into session. We are now on item number 11, Board of Education Mission Vision Discussion. Thank you for bringing that up there, Mr. Blair. So just to kick this off, we did have a discussion around mission and vision in the retreat. We talked a lot about this with some focus groups last year. So the proposition here is, and it's, you can see the changes there. We had some small grammatical changes in the mission, and then probably the most substantive change is actually looking at a potential fourth pathway, not that these pathways are exclusive, but just adding independent living. And so the idea of tonight would just be to get this out there and introduce it to the public that didn't tune into the retreat, and then set a date out, probably December, January, something like that, provide sufficient time to get feedback from all the stakeholder groups on what they believe, if they believe mission vision should be altered or changed, what they believe of the proposed changes for or against, and other input on there. Speaking as one director, the intent, certainly in the vision change, would be to explicitly signal from the board the need for that independent living component. And that's not just for our students with special needs, that's for all our students. I mean, we discussed the screen issues, the navigation of cyber, so many things tonight that that our students need to be prepared for that next stage. For some of our students, it just might be that independent living. I mean, that's where my middle daughter was. She came through the district, went through the bridge program, and is still working on independent living. For many of our students, it may be independent living in a post-secondary environment. Anyone that has sent a student away to college, boy, do they need those skills. And just some of the other things that we talked tonight, even embedded in the superintendent goals, things like financial literacy feed into that. So really, my intent in proposing that change was to just explicitly signal from the board that we could put more resources as a district in that independent living bucket for all of our students, and then let the district leadership figure out what that looks like at a granular level. And with that, I will open it up to any other directors around discussion or questions. Director Weiniger.
Yes, so I agree that we'll definitely need a lot of feedback around any potential changes we make to this, because the last time these were changed was, who knows, off the top of their head, a long time ago, right? Oh yeah, do you know?
Yeah, I believe the vision was adopted, Director Ray, you might help me remember, in 2017? Yeah, but you're right, the mission has been around since 1958, I believe.
Yeah, so that would be hard for me, just someone who likes tradition, to want to change it. But I'm willing to hear feedback and go through the steps for all that. Just two grammatical things I was gonna propose is, for the mission, should it read, the mission of the Douglas County School District is to provide an educational foundation that allows our students to reach their individual potentials? Should it have an S at the end?
There's a lot of ways you can splice the grammar. We don't want to wind up with a disagreement between singulars and plurals and stuff. I mean, we could put that allows each of our students to reach their individual potential. We could do what you suggested. There's a lot of ways to get.
Okay, so neither is right or wrong. Okay.
And frankly, this is just a throw the spaghetti starting point. If we get a consensus one way or the other back from community, strong feeling, I'm sure we'll
That's
go
fine.
with what the community or the input says. Director, I think you offered, so that was my best attempt at scribing. I believe that was your suggestion, if you have any comments.
Well, I agree with Director Weiniger. I think when I read that, I wondered about potentials, because we're talking about students as in plural students, so they have more than one potential. But I'm not, that's a grammatical one that I don't know. I could debate it either way.
You offered the original proposal at the retreat. Do you have a proposed wording you'd like to see?
I have some other comments on some of the words I'd like to see, but that's not a hill I would die on right now, so. No.
Yeah, go ahead and continue, Director Ray, if you have
So
others.
one of the things, again, I'm into efficiency tonight, is that we have a state law that says that our mission needs to include, and I'll read it right out of the statute, each school district board of education shall adopt a mission statement for the school district, which statement shall include making safety for all students and staff a priority in each public school of the school district. So one of the things I would suggest is that we just add that clause in there. I looked at some other districts in terms of their mission statement, and like, I think this is Falcon 49, that just added the phrase, "in a safe and caring environment." So it would read something along the lines of, Douglas County School District is to provide an educational foundation in a safe and caring environment that allows our students to reach their individual potentials. But I think, and the other thing I would just say, from efficiency's sake, this typically is a policy AD in district handbooks or district policy books. So I would suggest that we treat it as a policy, an additional policy that we're adding, and just call it policy AD and put the mission and vision on that, so that takes care of that task. Because right now, we do not have a policy AD in our books. It's been missing for many years. So yeah, that would be the thing I would add. And again, the grammatical stuff I would leave to the experts. I know Mrs. Clemish, I've always admired her ability to critique, so she may have some input for us about the grammatical part of these statements, but.
Council
I've been,
Clement.
yes, thank you, Director Ray, for your kind compliment. I wouldn't necessarily agree, but with your conclusion regarding my grammatical capabilities. But I would simply say that I think potential may be appropriate as a substitute when you use there as a substitute for his or her, because you're speaking about an individual student's, or the references to an individual student's potential. I certainly would defer to the educators, the other educators on cabinet here who may know a lot more about grammar than I.
I think you can resolve the grammar as President Peterson suggested by saying to provide an educational foundation, I believe you said, Director Ray, in a safe and caring environment that allows each of our students to reach their individual potential. Each of our students fixes the potential problem.
Each of our students to reach
Their individual
sorry.
potential.
their individual, yeah. Noted, and also noted Director Ray's insertion about the safe and caring environment. Other directors, comments? Director Meek? Yeah, Director.
Yeah, I concur with the statement as just suggested. I think it's great that way. I think we definitely want to include each of our students. It feels more inclusive as opposed to our. So I like that. The other thing, I thought we talked about this at the retreat, so I don't know if it was intentionally not written this way for a reason or if we just forgot, because it was a long time ago. The Douglas County School District strives to maximize the potential of every student to live independently and pursue his or her chosen endeavor in society, et cetera. I didn't know if that was intentional or.
No, I tried to find my notes, and I did consult the, unfortunately, we didn't have the video recording like we usually do to go back to, so that was mine. But I believe, thank you for that correction, every student to live independently and pursue. Thank you.
Director Pearson, and then in that statement, we still have that same issue around the his or her, in terms of, we were looking for inclusive language, so again, we may want to do some wordsmithing around.
They're chosen.
Yeah, they're chosen, right.
Okay. And again, the idea is to get a draft out there, not a final, just to say, here's a proposed draft. Include it in a survey that I know the superintendent will have comms or whoever else help us with. Is December an appropriate feedback, or should we push feedback into January to allow time for significant input on this before we would take action? I'm just opening that up to all board members, what they think an appropriate timeline is, and superintendent also feel free to comment. I know we've got other priorities coming up, and we don't want to hit people with a deluge of things all at once.
We're happy to do whatever feedback you all need. It isn't overly burdensome. I want to make sure, though, if we're writing something for feedback, that I understood where we're at with the vision. Was the latest statement that Douglas County School District strives to maximize the potential of each of our students to live independently and pursue their chosen endeavor in society, et cetera? Did I get that right?
I believe you characterized that correctly, and then we would just keep it as career or military service, because we've
Period.
already incorporated the independent living earlier.
Thank you.
So as to timing, I think making sure that we have opportunities to talk to all of our board committees and start getting feedback on this sooner rather than later. I wouldn't want to rush a change, as Kaylee was saying earlier. This isn't something that should be changed lightly. So I definitely want to make sure that we are getting feedback from everyone, and then maybe based on the kind of feedback we're receiving, that will help with the timing. So not exactly setting a firm date yet.
Yeah, how about for the survey, though? I mean, December for the survey, and then we can gather additional feedback. And I'm not saying we'll just schedule this for a vote on I forget what day the first December meeting is. We've got the CASB thing in the beginning of December, but maybe set in early December time for feedback that we can then discuss and digest as a board. And I also noted, Director Ray, one of the things that we would consider at that time is a policy AD. I think that's also appropriate. It seems like a better place to maintain that as a board. Any other further comments on this? Okay, with that, we will move into item number 12, which is the Board of Education reports. A Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for the 26th of September. Agenda planning for the 26th September meeting is scheduled for this Thursday at 10:30 a.m. Of note, I will be out of town. I will endeavor to dial in, so Vice President Williams will be chairing the meeting on the 26th. Had a great presentation earlier, buried in that a little bit when Mr. Grusing spoke. He talked about the lockdown drills and the extension of the Q&A from our staff, not just our staff having Q&A during the lockdown drills to understand student concerns, but also having our law enforcement personnel, when they come in and are checking the lockdown, also expanding that Q&A to our law enforcement personnel, and that is a great practice. The other thing I wanted to mention, without going into details, is we were able to learn from some of the things that went on specifically up at East High School and stuff, and we were having best practices for student search implemented across the board in the district. I think that's an outstanding way to learn from others. And then finally, there was a lot of training and preparation that was done over the summer while we were not in session. And not only did we have interagency, multiple jurisdiction folks collaborate on school response, they also went to this extra level to stand up a unified command. So it's not just the tactics, it was setting up the whole structure and what role would the sheriff's department play? What role would the fire department play? What role would our district leadership play in a response? And I think going to that next level, just like we're going from universal to targeted in our system of supports, even in our training and our preparation and our coordination with our local law enforcement partners, we're now going to that next level of what are some lessons learned we could learn about not just the tactical response, but the management and the operations of the communication. So Mr. Grusing said it earlier. Deputy Hyatt has said it. We do have not just the gold standard or the platinum standard. I don't know what's beyond that. For partnerships with law enforcement, they are constantly seeking. So just like that 87% on or above grade level at the critical third grade benchmark is not good enough. We still have that room to 100%. Our safety, security, mental health teams are taking that same mindset. We are pretty damn good here in Douglas County, but that's not good enough, and they are constantly seeking to improve. So I just want to, having started the evening with the Nazarel recognition, that's not just a ceremonial thing. We truly have a gold standard partnership in Douglas County that's also worth celebrating. Director Ray, you can add additional comments, but Director Ray and I were at DCCAC, the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Council, and we had our new Executive Director of Special Education, Liza Meyer, was there to address that group and hear some of the concerns from the community. I thought that was an excellent exchange. And one of the things that group did for us is they went out and they did an incredible survey of our EAs, our educational assistants, because very often, just like tonight, we had a wonderful celebration of our teachers and staff, but the teachers and staff are the ones that support our students. Some of the people that support our teachers are educational assistants, and it is absolutely critical that we attract, retain, and honor those people as well. We had a huge turnover. Superintendent Kane, I think you mentioned we were down 155 EAs, if I got the number right, at the beginning of the school semester. Just like we were able to run buses last year down 60 some, but now we're on rolling blackouts, starting the year down triple digits in bus drivers. When we are down 155 EAs, that is a negative leading indicator of our ability to continue the wonderful academic growth and excellence that Mr. Reynolds promoted tonight. I will very quickly read some of the quotes because they did a great job, DCCAC did, of engaging our EAs, asking them what are the personal challenges you face, what are some suggestions for improvement, what are some of the negative outcomes, and a lot of these come right back to the mill and bond. So just some quick quotes, and I'll be short. It's hard sometimes to continue to do this to do this job as much as I love it. Who does one of the hardest to fill positions and one of the hardest jobs in the district? You would think it would be better compensated. Here's another statement from another EA. All of us have a second job, and I can pretty much attest to that from all the EAs that I've run in. The money is a huge piece of accepting and retention. Our family barely covers 3 weeks of groceries. If anything happened where I could not work, I would be forced to leave my position. And one that I really think just sums it up. This job is harder both emotionally and physically than it looks. My wife was an EA in the district, and I'll tell you what, the grind on our EAs, the ability to come in, and especially those folks that work with some of our AN students, our affective needs students, our students with special needs, it really is a tough position to fill. So when we considered the effect of what we're asking the public to do for our teachers and staff, don't forget those EAs, because the people that take care of our teachers, that take care of our students, are an absolutely valued and critical part, and they are way, way undercompensated. Every single one of them could probably go work at Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, or any place and vastly exceed the pay that we're able to offer currently. So please, I just wanted to reach out to DCCAC and thank you for articulating so precisely the needs of our EAs and making sure that they were not left behind. Last couple of things here. I had the opportunity with Director Meek to go speak to the City Council over at Lone Tree and answer questions and present the needs of the district while the superintendent was recovering. I hope we did her justice. And then get their support. And that's a trend we're seeing. Our city and town councils are again this year stepping up and supporting our staff, supporting our students, supporting our teachers. And we had a great car painting opportunity for Invest in DCSD. Again, thank you, teachers and staff. We recognize you can no longer engage during the day through official mediums, but being able to come out on the weekends on your personal time, we had so many teachers, principals, and staff members show up on their personal time to have their individual cars painted to help us get the word out of the criticality of funding and passing both 5A and 5B. I really appreciate the staff showing up, and thank you to all the directors and other members of the staff that got out there and displayed our penmanship or lack thereof. I apologize to certain people if you got a car painted by me. Very last one. 22 years since the attacks of September 11th, one day removed. I got my nice little naval aviation pins on here for that. And something that's come up a lot lately is people are concerned. I've been getting some emails or having a lot of conversation with folks about individual liberty and where we've gone, and something I reflect on in the last 22 years. You know, I took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. There were certainly a lot of foreign enemies 20 years ago, but now maybe we're seeing the rise of what some people may consider to be domestic enemies to the Constitution. Lots of stuff in the news. So how this relates to the school board, there's been a lot of talk of mask mandates coming back, vaccine mandates coming back. The CDC just approved shots today. And we passed a resolution back in 2021 on December 7th that said we will not have universal masking mandates and we will not have COVID-specific vaccinations for our students or staff as a condition of in-person education or employment. And I just wanted to reiterate to folks why we don't plan to take any action on that. And I've been talking to the Board of Health. Should something come down, we still have that resolution in place. So we expect to have a normal school year. We're going to continue with that. We don't expect anything to come down, but barring a legal statewide issue, we already have a resolution in place that speaks to this from the board, so we shouldn't have to take any action. So hopefully that addresses some of the concerns, text, and conversations I've been having about our mandates coming back and what would be the effect on the district. With that, I'll turn it over to Vice President Williams.
I just actually want to have a quick acknowledgement of two of the presentations today. The first one was the SROs, and the second one was from leadership earlier today, and just the focus on the safety of our kids. And there's no greater thing that each parent wants than to know when they drop their kid off at school that, number one, they're going to come home at the end of the day. And number two, that they're going to be loved on and cared for and treated as an individual. So I just want to send out another great big thank you to both the SROs and also to our staff that is really trying to meet each child where they are at and to grow them not only academically, but as human beings. So just thank you.
All right, I think we went that way last time. So Director Page, you're up first for committee liaison and director reports.
All right. I just wanted to acknowledge, number one, a few weekends ago, I went to the Bridge Transition Programs Car and Bike Show. That was really, really awesome. Actually having a brother-in-law who went through a similar program in Jeffco, kind of near and dear to my heart. It was just really neat to see the kids really excited about explaining the cars and even possibly pining for votes for their individual entries, which was great. So shout out to Principal Jordan and the Bridge program. That was a really fun afternoon. I had my first foray meeting with the DAC. We actually had UIP meetings. So speaking of Matt Reynolds and data, I can't get enough of Mr. Reynolds apparently. So I spent another couple hours looking at amazing data and charts, and I came in today, I'm like, I'm gonna see more amazing data and charts of Mr. Reynolds. I'm excited. And so it was great. So I think that was more based around the CMAS scores. And again, the numbers really align with what you saw today, which is that we're an anomaly in the most fantastic sense. And that we're, honestly, how we're continuing to do more with less, which is just a testament to everybody, most 90% of which are not in this room, plus 99% of everyone out there in our district that's working really hard. So with that, during the outcomes of that meeting being on the September 21st meeting, the DAC will look to finalize the recommendations based on that UIP plan, and then they will present to us on the 26th with looking per statute, by October 15th for us to send whatever we need to CDE, to the state regarding our UIP plans there. So yeah, it was a good first meeting, again, filled with lots of data, and looking forward to continuing to work with them. They did ask for a couple of things, follow up with their recommendations for KB. I did send an email back to leadership of the DAC around, I think, timelines in terms of, at this point, I think we need to, to move on from that. And I think there are some other priorities that the district, that we as a board, speaking for myself, I think that they need to address, especially things around, say, ABB when it comes to, say, schools and things of that nature, regarding mill and bond, that there may be something for them to look at there. And then work session, again, with the board changing in the next couple of months, it's, again, my perspective, what I relayed to them with that, a December timeframe, if we were to do a work session, would make sense as the board, just makeup will change. And so those are my recommendations to the DAC.
Director Weininger.
I have FOC meeting on Thursday, so I'll finally have a committee update to share then. But I also attended the car painting this last Saturday, so thank you to all the teachers that I met and showed up, and everyone else in the community that got 5A and 5B are the official ballot numbers. And so you'll see cars around here painted with those. And we should start canvassing this weekend. I will actually be out of town, so I'll start the following weekend, but looking forward to all the support out there. So let's go team.
Director Myers.
Well, I think we got plenty of plugs for the Youth Congress, October the 3rd, through the Douglas County Youth Initiative. Dr. Crawford and Superintendent Kane spoke to that, and we talked to SAG last night, and I believe we're getting our bus pretty full. And Director Ray and I had our SAG meeting last night, and boy, are those kids fired up, and yeah, 80 to 100 could be possible. They're working diligently in their groups, and I believe the board will be genuinely impressed with the leaders, and they'll start looking forward to the SAG updates. And this was my favorite part. So last Tuesday, after Labor Day, I got to ride the bus with Les Lilly at 5:30 in the morning, and he's already gone. So I was there at 5:30. I was on the bus, but we didn't leave till 6 because you just don't drive out of the parking lot. You got to check your bus. You got to check. He's around looking at the bus. And my goodness, I'm going, let's go pick up kids. What are we doing? And so he's checking everything. So, and then I got back at 9:30 and I hopped in the car with Rich Cosgrove. So we went to Parker, Highlands Ranch, Castle Rock, O&M, and Transportation. I saw buses lifted up. I saw construction workers. I was in the break room with the bus drivers. I was the early morning seeing bus drivers come in to get ready. I got a tour of all the nuts and the bolts, and it was phenomenal. I could speak that language because I'm married to a construction guy. Absolutely honest. What? Anyway, I'm saying all this is while kids are asleep, and parents are waking up to get their kids to school, there are people out there turning on the lights, making sure that the temperature is correct, that our buses are safe, and they are the people in the background that are keeping this district going, and they are so wonderful. Rich just does a great job with all of them. I got to meet so many people. It was just awesome. And then my last thing is the Douglas County Community Foundation, to piggyback on our celebration today of all our SRO officers. We are having a Heroes Gala Thursday, September 21st. I'm sorry if you don't have a ticket, because the tickets are gone and the tables are gone. So you would have to know somebody in a good position that would maybe ask you to come sit at the table with you. So I had to make Mark do this. So Mark, let it go.
Your ticket for the Douglas County Community Foundation's Heroes Gala, Thursday, September 21st, 2023 at Denver Botanic Gardens, Chatfield Farms. This extraordinary night of inspiration and celebration will feature amazing live entertainment from Nines and Pair Firemen's Band, the extraordinary talent of the dynamic female electric string quartet Spinfony, Spanish guitarist Andre Lamont, silent disco, and celebrity auctioneer Sabine Novell. Be amazed with exclusive meet and greets and demonstrations from the Douglas County Sheriff K-9 Unit and Mounted Patrol. Get up close to South Metro Fire and Rescue fire trucks, hazmat truck, and medical units. Fly South Metro Communication Team drones, see how bomb robots operate, and so much more. Enjoy a one-of-a-kind transforming red carpet photo experience. Get a photo with a firefighter, police officer, K-9 unit, or a member of the Douglas County Sheriff's Office bomb squad or SWAT team member, or even mounted patrol. All 600 guests will enjoy the main event with delicious food, talking with a hero at your table, the DCCF Hero Awards, live auction and paddle race, and so much more. We are so excited to celebrate, honor, and say thank you to our Douglas County first responders, armed forces members, veterans, and nonprofit organizations that ensure Douglas County is a safe and thriving community. We are excited to see you there.
And I showed this at SAG last night, so I have about 15 kids that will be working at this and earning community service in Douglas County.
Director Ray.
Thanks.
Top that.
Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, tour of nuts and bolts. I'm still stuck on that for a second. Anyway, DCCAC, just to add on to Director Peterson's, it was pretty powerful to hear the voice of our people, and I would encourage all of us to get a copy, if you'd like, of those statements that were given to us, because they really want to be heard. They want us to know that they really are struggling in the role that they're in, not because of lack of passion and love for kids, but truly that we throw these, there's obstacles that are in the way of them being able to thrive. And so I think that's some important voices that we need to hear. I'll also say that, again, just a shout out to our DCCAC of how they function as a group of people, very positive, very supportive. Liza Myers, our new Director of Special Education, was astounded that they operate independently, because she and Jeffco was always leading DCCAC. So she got a real flavor of Douglas County, the caliber of our parent volunteers who do some incredible work. The other thing, though, I think that came from that meeting, Director Peterson, that I think we need to probably think about is they brought the concern about special education being represented on the long-range planning committee. And I think that's really a valid concern, especially when we get into that growth and decline conversation. Liza is the new special education director, is a wonderful resource to us because they closed 17 schools in Jeffco. But she also really talked about how they were very intentional about moving teams, special education teams, if necessary, when there was consolidation of schools. So, but they were really wanting to have a voice on that long-range planning committee. So just something to think about to see if we might be able to insert them in, and just to know that we can really tap into Liza Myers' expertise when we get into that growth and decline conversation. Student advisory group, the only add-on I would just say is that they are very energetic about what they can do with the bond and the MLO. And I think that where we kind of hit a little bit of a wall ourselves is what is allowable for our committees to do. We know as a board we're able to advocate for the bond and the MLO, and we don't have to worry about whether we're on the clock or off the clock like our staff does. But they are a committee of us, and I know in the past we've had our other committees write or at least take a vote or give us communication that they were endorsing, supporting the bond and the MLO. So it seems like our committees do have some latitude to be able to do that. But I think where we're kind of needing some help, Ms. Clemish, is just that whole notion of fair campaign laws in terms of our committees. You know, what is allowable? So for instance, they have a group, kind of a grassroots group of students who are wanting to get the word out to other students about their passion for having a student voice and kind of motivating students to be involved. We kind of stopped them at the point of saying, well, we're not sure you can use your student email address because that's a district resource. And so fair campaign laws tell us that if it's a district resource, we can't use that for campaign purposes. And then we talked about, but you can use that for factual purposes, like Superintendent Kane's been doing. She always prefaces us that she's providing factual information. So we're kind of at a place where I don't want to discourage them because they are very motivated and wanting to have a role in this, but we need some parameters as far as what our committees can and cannot do, since they are a committee of us. So it looks like you might want to respond to that, so.
What
Just
can be
read
that
body
idea?
language.
We can provide some guidance in a memo form to the Board of Education for our board liaisons. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I just think for especially to our committees, because we certainly want to activate just not SAG, but also our other committees to be able to do the advocating as well. So,
Understood. Thank you for the important question.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, obviously, not for us, but for folks that are still listening, our committees are this mix of, we do have people serving on the committees because they are representative in their role as a high school educator, Parker Region, et cetera, and then we have people that are outside that are not employees of the district. So yeah, just clarification there would be good, specifically because we do have those roles that are assigned due to their employment relation.
right. So I think I'll stop there. I do have some thoughts about DAC, and I know Director Pearson and I have communicated back and forth about some concerns I have. I think just one of the overall statements I'll make is I think we've got to be careful as liaisons that we don't own our committee, that we don't get into these turf wars that says this is my committee. I know when I served as board president for 4 years, I made a point every year to rotate through all the committees just to show that it's not just the liaisons who are responsible, but these committees are for all of us. And so when we get a communication from a committee that says they're in distress, they feel devalued, they feel disconnected, I think that's all of us. It's not just the liaisons to decide how to resolve that. It's really all of us. And I think we have to be careful. I know Director Page, being new to the dais, you made some statements that I think you said some things like, my communication to the committee was, I think we need to move on. We need to be careful that unless there's board action, we can't direct our committees. Unless there's board action that says, we want to move on and we don't want to have your input about the parent engagement, we can't communicate that to the committee on our own. We can't direct our committee. So we just need to be cautious that whatever we communicate to our committees is board action. And I think that was my concern with DAC, because I was hearing that there was, that maybe Director Peterson felt like there was consensus that we would wait till after we voted on board priorities to meet and have a work session with them. I didn't feel like we took board action regarding that, so it just, it didn't set well with me, because I thought if that, in hindsight, we probably should have taken action of the board and decided, that the DAC gave us their motion, they gave us their request. We probably, as a board, should have responded to that through a vote to say, how do we respond to that? So just my caution is, one, is these committees are all our committees, and two, be careful what we communicate to the committee as a directive unless there's actually been board action behind it. So that's all I have for now.
Director Meek?
Great. So I actually ran into the DCCAC, some committee members in the parking lot after the Long Range Planning Committee, and struck struck up a conversation. They brought up the idea of having a rep added to the Long Range Planning Committee. I believe that idea has surfaced from the LRPC in the past. So I think Director Williams and I can take that back to the next committee meeting, and I think there's a lot of potential there. So at the last Long Range Planning Committee, they passed a motion to support 5B. So I just got the language of what that is, so I will get that shared with the entire board and perhaps uploaded to the board committee reports on our agenda. So the Long Range Planning Committee hereby supports the bond resolution of the Board of Education. There's some additional language, but I'll just submit that later. We discussed board priorities, and there's a draft underway that will be shared with President Peterson and the board. I believe that's going to go on the next agenda. And Director Williams, you had to miss that meeting, I think. So, but you did see the draft that was shared. So it was a great conversation with LRPC. It was very collaborative. We worked together and worked on the draft. So I look forward to sharing that out with everyone. The foundation, as mentioned earlier, they have their gala in 2 weeks, Friday, September 29th. I should have brought up a video. I feel like I am not doing a very good job. Mark, if you can find a video, feel free to find a video on the foundation gala. There's still tickets available. I encourage the public to attend. It's at the Legacy Campus. It's a wonderful celebration and fundraiser for our schools. So that is on Friday, September 29th. President Peterson did a great job presenting on 5A and 5B at the Lone Tree City Council. I think you should be on the road doing this full-time. You did a great job. Lone Tree City Council was very supportive. I'm giving many talks on 5A and 5B at house parties. No one questions whether our employees deserve to have more competitive compensation. No one. I don't run into anyone anywhere that questions that. People always enjoy learning more about the bond. I think there's still a lot of education around the bond that can happen. Everyone is always very pleasantly surprised to learn that they can look up all the details on the website. And so I think the transparency is really to be commended. Honestly, the only questions I get at my house parties have to do with our ongoing lawsuits. And I'm asking us as a board to do everything possible to move forward and put things behind us as possible, because those questions come up at my house parties. I'll be canvassing this weekend as well. The lit I haven't seen the new 5A, 5B lit, so I'm looking forward to seeing that and being able to utilize that. Lastly, District Accountability Committee, Director Page already provided his perspective. I appreciate Director Ray kind of sharing that, no one up here can say this is what the board says unless the board takes a vote. I think that's a really important message for people to understand. The DAC's next regularly scheduled meeting is next week on Thursday evening. Unfortunately, I'm going to be out of town, and I started thinking, what a great opportunity for other board members that maybe could fill in who haven't attended a DAC meeting. I think it's a step towards the DAC being able to engage with another board member, at least, for the next board meeting. So I don't know if there's a volunteer for next Thursday evening from another board member that can attend, but I hope you can. It's Thursday, I believe, the 21st.
Thursday, the 21st. I think we've got the Hope Online fundraiser, the Diamonds in Denim.
Okay. What time is it? I'm just curious. Is it 6? Okay. Well, if anything changes, I know they would probably appreciate having someone if something happens. I do think it's really important for us to engage collaboratively and try to write up the next set of priorities. And I would be able to attend if I weren't out of town, which kind of gets me to if we could use Zoom for those committee meetings, you know, it would open up opportunities. And I know they have brought up the idea of engaging more people who just can't make it out in the evenings, if they could just listen in. So it's more streaming. So it's not meant to be interactive, but people could listen in on the meeting. And I know the Foundation for Douglas County Schools use that technology in the new Legacy campus. I think it's something that we could look into, and it would be an opportunity to be more transparent to our SACs who can't join in.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to our last item here, which is executive session. The recommendation is that the Board of Education adjourn the meeting and convene an executive session, a closed session, for purposes of holding conference with the district's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6402-4B regarding pending litigation, specifically Marshall versus Douglas County Board of Education et al., pending in District Court, Douglas County, case number 2022-CV-30071. Requested this evening would be all 7 directors and Jeff Blue of the law firm Gessler Blue. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting and convene in executive session as stated?
So moved.
Motion by Williams.
Second.
Second by Myers. I'll now take the roll. Director Meek.
I feel like it's Groundhog's Day, and I don't know when this is going to end. And as I said earlier, I think it's really hurting us. I'm not sure if we shouldn't just discuss stuff publicly and try to make a decision on what we need to make and move forward. So is it possible for us to have a public discussion on this topic?
Director Williams. Go ahead.
I will not, but that's just me.
Any other directors like to respond? And we're still in the middle of taking the roll, by the way.
Oh, I don't think we can get legal advice unless we're in public or in executive session. So I think we have to go into it, right? Is my understanding.
No, we don't have to. I mean, it takes a 2/3, for people listening at home, executive session is one of the items. It takes a 2/3 vote, so 5 of 7 directors would have to vote to go into executive session. The purpose was, as stated, to get legal advice, not to make any decisions. We don't vote in executive session behind closed doors. It's simply to access legal advice regarding the subject matter.
I mean, if we want this thing to end, we kind of need to get legal advice on what to do to end it, so.
Okay, so just to record, Director Meek, you were a no, or were you still considering? I just forgot to write it
Yeah,
down.
I just think we're at a point in time where we have a conversation publicly and make a decision. It's just dragging on, so I'm a no.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Director Page.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Director Ray.
I concur with the weariness, but I'm going to say yes.
Director Ray is an aye. Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 6-1. The meeting is hereby adjourned, and we will meet in executive session within 5 minutes.